to avoid loss and damage induced by climate change. Science tells us that the commitment shouldered by developed countries in COP15, namely to provide $100 billion every year, despite the fact not only has this target not been honored, but this target is not enough to combat climate change today. It is urgent to make progress in the GGA, the Global Golden Adaptation, as well as the new collective quantified goal, and take relevant actions in the light of the first global stocktake. We welcome the adoption of the decision to operationalize the Fund on Loss and Damage, and we demand that access thereto be truly expeditious to give response to extreme weather events that happen on a daily basis more and more. Mr. President, Madam Chairperson, in Venezuela, we only emit 0.48% of greenhouse gas effects, global greenhouse gases. And over the next few years, we've committed ourselves to reduce 20% of those emissions, and on a voluntary basis, we are driving forward eco-socialism as an alternative model to combat the environmental crisis. We have said we've created the largest national park with 7.5 million hectares. We've institutionalized our climate policies. We've created a national observatory and a center to study the global environmental crisis. We are continue to be committed to concrete and realistic action to combat climate change, the climate crisis, in the light of the Niña phenomenon, which has become worse because of climate change. This phenomenon has punished severely with torrential rain, which this rain is between 100% more extreme than usual. We help our kindred countries to combat this phenomenon. Other extremes recently have afflicted a number of towns in the center of Venezuela, and the whole of the mountain chain of our region, of our continent, has been affected with deplorable loss in human lives, harvest infrastructure, and IDPs, which is why we appeal to this COP and to the nations of the world to really commit themselves to concrete action. There is enough political will to ensure that international cooperation, multilateral cooperation, make progress firmly in this the endeavor to find solutions. Let us strengthen our work as states. Let's leave aside small-mindedness and unjustified attacks against developing countries. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela ratifies its determination to combat climate change starting from grassroots, the people. Which this is how we act. We will continue to fight to change the capitalistic system, which is predatory and fights against nature. We will resist to protect the place where we live, namely our beloved Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Su Excelencia. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Ruslan Strilets, Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, dear participants. The world we live in is on the brink. Beyond the edge lie disruptive changes. They will forever change the way we live on every continent. And today, we are on the front line of two crucial battles: the battle for freedom and the battle for climate. The fight against climate change is one of the most important global challenges facing the world today. Ukraine remains an active and important player of this process. We are proud to be part of this global community. We look forward to the inclusive process of setting a new collective quantified climate goal. We plan to rebuild Ukraine in accordance with the principles of sustainable development and the principle of rebuild back better. Russia, through its military aggression against Ukraine, is contributing to environmental and climate damage. Today, as a country that has suffered unprovoked armed aggression, we are turning the environmental dimension of the war into an independent area that requires a separate strategy to overcome. For decades, the nations whose leaders are in this room have been investing trillions of dollars to achieve the global goal of the Paris Agreement. The entire civilized world faced an important task to overcome military aggression and prevent it in future. While the entire civilized world is striving for climate neutrality and reducing the negative impact on the environment, there are countries in the world that seize other people's territories and destroy their environment. They destroyed nations with thousands of years of history, imposing their propaganda. There are countries that support Ukraine, including through sanctions, and there are countries that help the aggressor evade these sanctions. They cannot give up oil and gas. By doing so, they are poisoning the entire civilized world. Last year at COP27, President Vladimir Zelensky presented the global platform for assessing environmental damage caused by military aggression. It was supported by many countries. As part of this work, we have developed a draft of environmental declaration. The document is based on the principles of the UN Charter and internationally approved UN General Assembly resolutions. It is the point 8 of Vladimir Zelensky peace formula, ecological safety, that will become one of the advanced mechanisms for bringing the aggressor to justice for its criminal actions against the environment and preventing war in future. Every year, we witness global disasters caused by climate change, which are brought to the world by natural disasters. By committing ecocide in Ukraine, Russia is undermining global efforts to combat the climate crisis. The scale and cost of Russia's crimes have implications for the environmental around the world. Ukraine, bearing responsibility for its own losses, is also taking the lead in addressing this global problem. Our goal is to make Russia pay for all its crimes against environmental. Sanctions imposed and synchronized by a broad sanctions coalition of 40 countries could be one step towards stopping this. Sanctions that will weaken Russia's ability to conduct aggressive military operations. The sanctions have already had an impressive impact. Minus 10% growth in Russia's GDP, record budget deficit, inaccessibility of certain technologies, in particular for the army, and labor shortage. It is important to increase pressure, like in the case of an illegally parked car. The offender should be issued a ticket every day until he removes the car. I call on those who have not yet joined the peace formula of President Vladimir Zelensky to join us in order to achieve the global goal of the Paris Agreement and bring the aggressor to justice for ecocide and other crimes against the environment. The whole world faces an important task to overcome military aggression and prevent it in future. That's why our top priority is to achieve peace and victory as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Robert Daniel Bouvier Torterolo, Minister of Environment of Uruguay. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I would like to thank the Emirati Presidency for its efforts allowing us to work here on our commitments, and I would also like to thank the government of Egypt for its leadership at the COP27. Uruguay is firmly committed to the Paris Agreement and to the multilateralism under this convention. This is the only road to properly address climate change. This is the greatest global challenge that we face today, and this COP is a new opportunity to find solutions responds to this challenge. We welcome the achievements for all, in particular for the developing countries that are most vulnerable to climate change. And in this context, we welcome the milestones achieved so far to operationalize the Santiago network, and we also welcome the decision on the financing agreements for loss and damage. We also welcome the contributions pledged for the fund, and we hope to will soon achieve the scale we need. Uruguay is a small country in the region in South America with a population of 3.4 million people, mostly living in coastal zones. We have an economy based on farming and services and tourism. So we're a country that's greatly vulnerable to climate change. We have a very bold and ambitious commitment to climate action, and that also includes an intergenerational focus and gender inclusivity with a goal of leaving no one behind. We have national climate policies to respond to climate change. We have a system that is ongoing. It's been consolidated since 2019 with a cross-cutting approach across all of the ministries and all involved in this area. We are a pioneering country when it comes to mitigation measures, in particular in the energy sector, where over these last years we have achieved 96% in renewables, and our country is also working to be more sustainable, to protect our biodiversity and our ecosystems. And here we're working through different programs, plans, and policies. We have made great efforts in our planning to address climate change. We have 3 plans for adaptation for the agricultural sector, for the coastal zones, for the urban centers, and all of this in line with our national climate policy. We have also plans for all of the different municipalities, 150,000, and this will improve living standards in all of these different cities and municipalities. And we have also issued climate bonds. This is part of our climate financing strategy, also in line with our national strategy. The key indicators of our commitment on this bond are in line with our NDC indicators. And also this year, the World Bank gave us a preferential loan to help us to reach our climate goals. This loan was possible through the work that is being carried out in our country and internationally to address climate action. And this is thanks to an interinstitutional approach and the work with our own national ministries. We are a country affected by climate change, and we therefore need to see the conventions implemented in order to be able to carry out our own adaptation plans. This is a great challenge. It requires urgent action. There are highly urgent challenges that we must tackle now, and this is particularly important for the developing countries. We remain concerned by the fact that the financing goals under the convention haven't yet been reached. This is having a negative impact on our capacity to carry out our policies and our climate action plans. And so we stress the need to mobilize funds for the adaptation fund. Now, the goal was 300 million, but we are still very far below this figure. We also call on the donor countries to give more funds to the adaptation fund. This plays a key role for our countries, and we want to reach the goal of 300 million by the end of this COP. We also stress the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. This is a cornerstone of the Paris Agreement and should continue to be so. We all have a responsibility, but we don't all have the same responsibility. Uruguay historically has contributed very little to the greenhouse effect. But we are suffering from the impact. We're one of the most vulnerable countries. We will continue working in line with our commitments and improve access to opportunities. But for sustainable development, we need to have all committed. We take our share of the responsibility, and we show this with our actions. We call on all to join in the same line to achieve real results here. To have substantive measures requires each country to take its share of the responsibility. Thank you.
Gracias, Su Excelencia. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Franz Tatenbach-Capra, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencias y distinguidos delegados.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this is a crucial moment. The window to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change through a just transition by not exceeding 1.5 degrees and thus avoiding irreparable losses to society and nature is closing rapidly. Science and the latest IPCC report are both clear. Neither the current NDCs nor the policies implemented to date are sufficient to keep us on this course. Between promises and action, we are heading towards 2.8 to 3.2 degrees, namely far from the 1.5 degree goal. The same is true for adaptation. Costa Rica acted early. Costa Rica continues its mitigation efforts. We have neutralized emissions in two main sectors, electricity and the agricultural landscape. We have thus decoupled agriculture from deforestation through public protected areas and the payment of environmental services to private entities. Through international initiatives such as the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership and our Sustainable Agro-Landscapes Initiative, we seek to highlight best practices for measuring and reporting our deforestation-free agricultural production under the REDD+ platform, contributing thereby to a landscape capable of producing and exporting without deforestation, being carbon-free neutral, nature positive and resilient to climate change. We thus hope to contribute to accelerating global zero deforestation, a feasible and highly significant climate mitigation and nature conservation action. It might not be sufficient, but it is necessary for us to keep on the track for 1.5. Early action also led us to consolidate a renewable, diversified and accessible electricity grid for over 98%, or rather the great majority of our population. And now Costa Rica is heading towards the second energy transition of the National Decarbonization Plan, electromobility, industrial electrification and waste management to further reduce our remaining emissions. However, we face significant challenges in the area of adaptation. According to the IPCC, accelerated adaptation actions are required, or loss and damage will continue to increase, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable groups and regions, including Central America. Therefore, we have developed a national adaptation plan and launched a mapping platform for adaptation, providing information on climate threats and their impacts. Notwithstanding all of this, we need a predictable financial commitment, and in particular, we need concessional financing. Early commitments and a replenishment of the loss and damage fund is very encouraging. It's also clear that it's crucial that this action be inclusive, involving youth, indigenous peoples and other sectors of society. This year, we launched our Climate Action Gender Equality Plan to acknowledge that climate change affects men and women differently, and for us to be able to make informed decisions that will enable us to reduce the gaps and inequalities and address the fact that climate change affects sectors differently. Our appeal today is clear. We need early, accelerated and collective implementation, both in mitigation and adaptation, and we need the means to leave no one behind. Costa Rica, with vision and action, will fulfill its commitments. We hope that everyone else will do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Wai-ying Han, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me first convey my deepest gratitude to the UAE Presidency and UNFCCC Secretariat for their leadership and dedication for the success of this COP. This year, the first global stocktake serves as a useful hourglass, showing very little time we have left to achieve 1.5-degree goal. Its findings clearly indicate that we must act, and act now, at an accelerated pace on all dimensions. Korea is also taking such action with its focus on energy transition, which we believe is the most realistic and essential option for mitigation. To bring forward a net zero future, Korea is diversifying its energy sources, including renewables and highly efficient carbon-free energy sources, such as nuclear power and hydrogen. We are also keen to share our lessons from this transition with climate-vulnerable countries and have launched a carbon-free alliance, an open platform for international joint research to promote the adoption of carbon-free energy. Korea also decided to join the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge, which will certainly create synergies with the alliance, accelerating the pace of global energy transition. Excellencies, the disastrous extreme weather we experienced this year again warns us that we must also scale up adaptation action now. At this COP, we are tasked with finalizing the global goal on adaptation framework. To make a meaningful contribution to this framework, Korea, in collaboration with UNFCCC and UNEP, hosted the Korea Global Adaptation Week last August. We will continue to scale up its partnership with climate-vulnerable countries to support their capacity building in adaptation action. As climate finance is the key to the success of the Paris Agreement, Korea pledged to make an additional contribution of $300 million to the Green Climate Fund and also made its first contribution to the Adaptation Fund this year. We will continue to do its part in facilitating global discussions to expand both public and private finance. Excellencies, let me finally stress the importance of a holistic approach in tackling the interconnected challenges of climate change, food insecurity, health crisis, and biodiversity loss. An inclusive process should also be at the heart of all work streams, bringing together various stakeholders. We therefore pay tribute to UAE Presidency for its effort to mobilize for the most inclusive COP, and we are more than ready to play an active role in this endeavor. Korea looks forward to an ambitious outcome from this year's COP that will guide us to course correct our path towards 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. James Cadet, Minister of the Environment of Haiti. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
au nom du peuple et
on behalf of the people and the government of Haiti,
profonde gratitude
I express my deep gratitude to the leadership and the people of the Emirates for holding this COP and for the welcome. And I also seize this opportunity to thank the President of the COP28 and the Executive Secretary of the Convention for the efforts made to send a strong signal at the opening of this conference. Haiti would like, in particular, to welcome the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and also the first promises, the pledges made to capitalize the fund. The least developed countries and the small island developing states have a particular need to build the capacity of their vulnerable and unfairly exposed populations. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Paris Agreement, we made a strong commitment to hold global warming to 2 degrees and to do everything within our power to keep it below 1.5 degrees compared to the pre-industrial level. But unfortunately, the latest assessment by the IPCC and confirmed by the technical report on the global stocktake shows very clearly that we are not on the right track here and that we are going to need to take urgent action, large-scale action in all different sectors. Mr. President, the window for avoiding an increase beyond 1.5 degrees is closing very fast. And any additional delay over this critical decade would mean disastrous scenarios for small island developing states such as Haiti, which are still working to overcome the impact of the recent devastating floods, the impact on our country's economy. Mr. President, delegates, Haiti is facing numerous challenges to its security and to its development. Over these last 2 years, under the new government, a group of more than 60 national and international organizations have been working together to establish establish the links in full between climate and security in Haiti. They published a report in September, and it shows very clearly that there is a clear link between climate change and the degrading security situation in the country. This issue of climate security is therefore an extremely concerning problem for our country. It's adding to our fragility. It's creating new difficulties for our society. But this has not stopped my country from taking active part in line with its capacities in the global efforts to address climate change. As we indicated in our updated NDC, we plan by 2030 to boost our forest coverage and also the share of renewables in our energy mix. We're also boosting resilience, climate resilience in other areas too. At the start of this year, we adopted our first national adaptation plan with a set of measures to implement across the different socio-economic sectors for the key sectors such as agriculture, water resources, health and infrastructure. Now, to carry out all of this action effectively in line with these documents, we've made great efforts. For example, in December last year, the Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, held the first meeting of the National Committee on Climate Change. This is a multi-sectoral body coordinating the national action on climate change. But to turn our mitigation and adaptation efforts into concrete action nationally, we need financial, human and technological resources that go beyond what we have within our reach nationally. And so I take the opportunity here to commend the commitment shown by the Taiwanese people who have done much on climate action and have been financing numerous projects on mitigation and adaptation. In the name of climate justice and in light of the first global stocktake outcome, Haiti hopes that this COP will mark a new turning point and breathe new life into the global action on climate change. The status quo and different types of exclusion are not an option. Otherwise, future generations will never forgive us for not having taken action to stop this happening when we have the solutions here within our reach. And in this context, Haiti hopes that the COP28 will produce some positive results. For example, a substantive capitalization and rapid operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, an appropriate framework for assessing progress towards the global goal on adaptation, an effective doubling of finance for adaptation by 2025, with particular consideration for the LDCs and the SIDS, a robust work program for a just transition based also on human rights and inspired by the Convention's purposes, the effective implementation of the work program on mitigation in line with the 1.5-degree goal, and identifying the follow-up for the global stocktake in order to definitively end with the status quo, including our treatment of fossil fuels, and a decision on the NCQG in line with the best available knowledge. Mr. President, for people in Haiti, the 1.5-degree goal is not a slogan. It is a matter of survival, and it requires urgent and concrete action in various areas. And the same is true for security in our region. This is all crucial here. So we need to act fast. We need to take the right action in order to build trust in multilateralism for current and future generations. Thank you.
Merci, Excellence. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Sheikh Faleh Nasser Al Thani, Minister of Environment and Climate of Qatar. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to convey to you the greetings of the Emir of the State of Qatar, His Majesty Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, wishing you success. We also thank the people and government of the UAE for hosting this important session. We also extend our thanks to Mr. Simon Steele, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC. Madam President, at this critical juncture of the climate emergency and in light of the catastrophic, unprecedented loss and damage we are facing, we hope that this COP will constitute a turning point, turning our ambitions into concrete achievements, and to build on past COPs, the last of which was COP27 held in Sharm el-Sheikh. We would like to reiterate our thanks to Egypt for its efforts to support adaptation and resilience efforts. Among our top priorities in Qatar is environmental protection and climate change. We are working to comply with all our commitments under the Paris Agreement. We have submitted the report on our nationally determined contribution, which testifies to the level of ambition we seek to achieve. The preservation of the environment is one of the 4 pillars of the 2030 Qatar vision. We have implemented a number of initiatives and projects, such as investment in clean energy, ensuring energy efficiency, and we have achieved limiting emissions from the water and energy sector. And we have set up a solar power station with a total surface of 10 square kilometers with 1.8 million solar panels and a peak production capacity of the equivalent of 10% of Qatar's electricity. We are currently building 2 solar power stations in the industrial cities with a total capacity of 870 megawatts, so we expect to begin production by 2025 with a total production capacity of 1.7 gigawatts. The National Environment and Climate Strategy, launched in 2021, constitutes our guide to address current and future environmental challenges. It sets as its priority to reduce GHG emissions by 25% by 2030 as a contribution to the 1.5 target. Qatar also hosted the COP18 in 2012. Qatar supplies global markets also with clean energy through the production of highly efficient natural gas, an eco-friendly energy source, and contributes to a low-carbon economy transition. We have also launched an initiative to create the Global Dryland Alliance, one of the means to address climate change and ensure food security. I have the pleasure to mention also the hosting of the Qatar Horticulture Expo 2023, which is a major world event promoting innovation, combating desertification, and holding events for innovative solutions to desertification, climate change, and sustainability. Madam President, we need more than ever real and transformative climate action. This COP and the high-level participation is an excellent example of the momentum needed to find climate solutions to the effects of climate change on all sectors of life. We must act together on the right path and take concrete action to mitigate the effects of climate change. Qatar will continue to work with partners and the international community. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Bungham Vorachit, Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Laos People's Democratic Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Ms. President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegations of Laos PDR, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of the UAE for hosting COP28 with excellent arrangements. Given the many pressing challenges of climate change, it is more crucial than ever that international community must renew global commitment and further enhance cooperation, collaboration, and partnership to address climate change and move forward a low-carbon economy. The first global stocks assessment has shown that we are not on track to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. Therefore, we need to redouble our effort to take climate action forward in the right direction. We also ask for the international community to realize the international commitment, particularly $100 billion in climate finance, and to double adaptation finance for addressing loss and damage to meet global climate challenges. In this connection, Laos PDR welcomes the recent adoption of the decision that operationalize the loss and damage fund and look forward to its effective implementation. Mr. President, although Laos PDR is among the countries who contribute the least to global emissions like others, we are the victim of climate change. Laos PDR has adopted and incorporated a series of policy and actions related to climate change into the country's development plan and strategy. In order to ensure the full of effective implementations of those plans and strategy, we need sufficient financial resources, technical assistance, better access to climate finance, as well as affordable and appropriate technology and innovations. At the regional level, Laos PDR will carry out its ASEAN chairmanship in 2024 under the theme ASEAN Enhancing Connectivity and Resilience. One of priority area would be promoting environmental cooperation with a focus on climate resilience, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable management of natural resources and sustainable city, among others. Mr. President, let me conclude by reaffirming our commitment to the ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement and by stressing the importance of stronger international cooperation and collaboration to address climate change. I believe that without collective efforts and generous partnership, we can accelerate the transition to low-carbon economy and climate-resilient future. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Ralph Rajanvan, Minister of Climate Change of Vanuatu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank the UAE for its hospitality in hosting us for COP28. It's my honor as the Minister responsible for the Ministry of Climate Change to deliver this statement on behalf of the people of Vanuatu. Vanuatu is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change and disasters. This year alone, Vanuatu was hit by 2 Category 4 cyclones and 1 Category 5 tropical cyclone, which destroyed large swathes of our island. Climate change poses an existential threat to our environment, sustainable development, and our very lives. We have come here with high hopes that this multilateral process and the hosting of the COP28 can deliver robust and effective outcomes that we can bring back home. To achieve a strong decision, we urge parties to strengthen the 2030 targets in revised current National Determined Contributions, NDCs, by early next year, that align with a pathway to 1.5 degrees Celsius and which peak global emissions by 2025 at the latest. Setting a target for tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency by 2030 would be useful and complementary outcome of COP28. Critically, however, for COP28 to be a success, it needs to deliver on a fossil fuel phase-out. For COP28 to be a success, I repeat, it needs to deliver both on fossil fuel phase-out, renewables, and an end to fossil fuel subsidies. The science tells us that these commitments are crucial to meeting a 1.5 degree aligned pathway. As loss and damage is one of our key priorities, we acknowledge the pledges from countries towards the Loss and Damage Fund, including the solid decision to operationalize the Santiago network on loss and damage. In addition, we urge that this Loss and Damage Fund must also address our special circumstances. Adaptation is another key priority for us. We have reached hard limits in our adaptation capacities. By the end of this COP, we would like to see a robust and effective global goal on adaptation framework outcome with consideration of our special needs and special circumstances factored in and aligned to strengthen our resilience and enhance sustainable development. For instance, we need to invest in resilient public infrastructure to enable the resettlement of our populations, to ensure the safety of our citizens, particularly in and around urban areas, and the need to build the capacity of our city and local governments to undertake effective spatial planning, housing and urban development on our land and oceans. As a vulnerable country, climate finance is another key priority for us. We have seen and heard some progress made in the negotiation rooms and pledges made. However, the critical issue remains, and that is access to finance at the current demand scale, which must be urgently addressed, including finalisation of an inclusive definition of finance to pave way for the new collective quantified goal next year to deliver predictable, flexible finance at a scale that meets our needs. We continue to call for finance to support us to implement our enhanced nationally determined contribution and national adaptation plans, which will support us to address the impacts of climate change in our country. We understand that there are still ongoing critical negotiations around GST. We call for a robust GST decision, one that guides and commits actions by parties to reduce emissions by phasing out fossil fuels and fossil fuel subsidies and scaling up renewable energy with sufficient finance, technology and capacity building support. Excellencies and friends, I look forward very much to working with you all in addressing the remaining tough climate questions and issues at hand. To close, we do not this for ourselves, we do it for our people back home and our future. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Cozier Frederic, Minister of Environment, Rural Modernization, Kalinga Upliftment, and Constituency Empowerment of Dominica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, I address you today with a fair amount of skepticism, but also with hope that with all evidence around us, both scientific and in numerous climate-related disasters that we have experienced or witnessed in recent times around the world, that maybe we may have to take the decisive actions that are needed to limit global warming to not more than 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. I say skepticism because despite clear indications that we are heading to irreversible climate damages, many developed and developing countries are failing to limit their emissions to acceptable levels. And who pays the price? Countries like my own, who contribute least to global warming, but who are most severely impacted. So I stand before you today to inform you that our contribution to climate change is little. But we have taken some concrete decisions to limit our emissions, as we acknowledge and recognize that this is a global responsibility. We will transition to 100% power generation from renewable resources through hydropower and geothermal by 2030. We are pursuing a low-carbon pathway to introduce green transport. We have committed to increasing our forest areas and to protect our environment, including, in particular, our marine space. A few weeks ago, we declared the first sperm whale reserve in the world to protect the endangered sperm whale. We are advised that the sperm whale sequesters carbon at a rate equivalent to taking 5,000 cars off the road each year. We have also committed to becoming the first climate-resilient country in the world, following repeated batterings and devastation from cyclones, made more frequent and more intense from an increasingly warming climate. We have diverted hundreds of millions of dollars earmarked for social and economic development towards responding to those frequently occurring events. This has caused us and other small islands in the Caribbean to become increasingly indebted as we borrow to rebuild infrastructure and livelihoods destroyed by these events. We're dealing with a crisis that we did not start, but which we have to respond to. And the reality is that while the world continues on its normal course, we suffer from consequences of a world that is getting increasingly warmer. I ask the question, therefore, how bad must it get for us to wake up? How many more people have to die? How many countries must descend into poverty and despair before we do the right thing? We have created solutions for ourselves. We have created a resilient framework, a blueprint that we have implemented since 2018. We have pulled ourselves up from a country who lost 226% of its GDP in 2017 and 90% of its GDP 2 years before that from storms, to a country that is rebuilding, climate-proofing, and strengthening the resilience of every sector. However, the defining factor of how far we can go and how fast before the next climatic event or external shock is dependent on how quickly we can access affordable financing. We have advocated as a small state for the reform of the financial architecture that will allow our extreme vulnerability to be a critical factor in accessing financing rather than merely on the inadequate GDP per capita. From this COP, we need to see adequate capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund to provide critical finance to the most vulnerable countries suffering the severest impacts of climate change, and an agreed simplified mechanism for accessing such funds in a timely manner. An ambitious work program for major economies to align the national determined contributions to 1.5 pathway must be adopted and pursued. Such concrete actions are critical to rebuilding trust in the UNFCCC process and providing hope for countries like mine of a safer, more sustainable future for our citizens. History will not judge us kindly if we do not take concrete actions to limit our emissions and support that our small island states need to ensure our survival as we battle the impacts of climate change. I count on your sensitivity understanding and willingness to take decisive action to address the increasingly dire situation facing our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Simon Watts, Minister of Climate Change of New Zealand. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mr. Presidency, Excellencies, delegates. An island nation at the bottom of the Pacific, New Zealand is unique. Our geography, our mountains, lakes, winds and rainfall help us set us up for the future, allowing nearly 90% of our electricity to come from renewable sources. I'm proud to say my government is committing to doubling the overall volume by 2050, and we've started work on that in our first 100 days in office to enable decarbonisation. Agriculture is a cornerstone of our identity and a backbone of our economy, contributing nearly 60% of goods exported last year, while at the same time generating nearly 50% of our overall emissions. But what makes us strong and unique, our geography, our people, our industries, also make us vulnerable in the future. Climate change is here, and New Zealand certainly feels its effects. We felt it firsthand in New Zealand through Cyclone Gabrielle earlier this year, and record-breaking floods, widespread destruction across the North Island, and devastating for our people, communities and industry. And we are bracing ourselves for more fires this summer, forecast again to be hot and dry. Our experiences are compounded by what the IPCC 6th assessment report has made all too clear. The world is not on track for meeting the Paris Agreement. That's why New Zealand remains resolutely focused on transitioning to a low-emissions future, to support the Pacific's resilience and collectively decarbonising the economy. New Zealand has an ambitious NDC to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by 50% below growth 2005 levels by 2030. We are committed to achieving this and our 2050 domestic net zero target by tackling the key drivers of emissions and working with the private sector so that they make transformational investments in resilient infrastructure, in renewable energy and clean low-carbon fuels, and in new technologies to reduce agricultural emissions and carbon capture. Our NDC's implementation will be grounded in high-quality data, transparency, accountability and stable pricing signals. We will focus equally on adaptation and mitigation. We will develop a national climate adaptation framework informed by a range of stakeholders and partners that will guide and prepare us for the future climate impacts. We are also committed to collaborating with our Pacific neighbours on climate change. It is their #1 security threat in our region. We back the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and the leadership of the Pacific Islands Forum on Climate Action. We recognise that we must deliver on our collective commitment to the US $100 billion goal and on loss and damage finance, and do it in a way that works for our partners in the Pacific. We have 72 months until 2030. This is the time to move from words to action, and COP28 is our moment to act. The first global stocktake of the Pacific Agreement challenges us to get back on track. We have to do it. We have to deliver on our targets. We need a course correction, and working together is critical for our global prosperity and a carbon-constrained future. Together we can. Collaborate and partner and develop and deploy solutions. Scale up investment in research technology to help us sustainably reduce agricultural emissions while ensuring food security. Here at COP28, commit to globally tripling our renewable electricity, doubling energy efficiency, and quickly and justly moving to a future where no longer we rely on fossil fuels. New Zealand is proud to support important initiatives launched here at COP28, including the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Target Pledge. We thank the UAE for hosting COP28, which has welcomed the largest number of stakeholders ever. I am joined by New Zealand's largest business and civil society presence at any COP. The commitment of New Zealanders from across all levels of government, the private sector, NGOs, iwi Māori is clear. Thank you, Mr. President. Kia kaha, stay strong.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Kavidas Ramano, Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change of Mauritius. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences.
Madam President, Excellencies, on behalf of the Republic of Mauritius, I would like to commend the United Arab Emirates for having hosted the 28th Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC. We hope that robust and ambitious decisions will stem from this COP, especially for the global stocktake, the global goal on adaptation, and the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Climate change is a matter of survival for SIDS, Africa, and humanity. Let us move from talk to action, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, we align our position on the position of the G77 in China, as well as the group of negotiators for Africa and the AOSIS alliance, the SIDS alliance. The world is involved in debate on making decisions on climate change, and the SIDS, like Mauritius and other developing countries, are feeling the full brunt of the disproportionate effect of climate change and of sea rise. The increase of global temperature since 1950 is 1.39 degrees Celsius in Mauritius, as compared to the global average, which is 1.1 degrees Celsius. We witness an accelerated rise of sea levels, 4.7 millimeters per year, which is much above the global average of sea rises. If we do not act rapidly, urgently, I would even say, the situation will go from bad to worse, and it will then become a matter of survival for all of us. A study we carried out in the coastal region of the island demonstrated that by the end of this century, sea rise will be around 1 meter per year in Mauritius, namely 20 times more than the current rise. Needless to say, this situation will be disastrous for our economy. By 2050, already the loss in tourist income and material damage along our coastal area will amount to over $100 million. Beyond the rise in sea levels, floods become unpredictable and unmanageable. In this context, Mauritius has committed itself to respecting its NDC. We set aside around 5% of our GDP to adaptation projects, with investments to the tune of $2 billion per year to adapt our eroded coastal areas. A project in the vast economic zone of Mauritius to capture carbon is currently underway. Mauritius has also raised its ambition to achieve a carbon-neutral economy by decarbonizing key industries. As a small island development state, as well as being a vulnerable country, we, Mauritius, have demonstrated exemplary leadership and have taken significant decisions to reduce our carbon footprint. We thus enjoin the international community not to steer away from the path of the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. A solid and ambitious outcome stemming from the first GST, together hand in hand with an appeal to act decisively during this decade, will be crucial to stay on course for 1.5 and to ensure that remains within our reach. In this difficult economic context, this is Constantly, it is a challenge to raise financing for climate and to raise financing for key areas such as health, education, and poverty reduction. Madam Chairperson, Mr. President, access to financing enough for Mauritius and other SIDS must be tackled urgently. If I may I elaborate on our position on this? Climate financing must be distinct from other sources of financial support, namely the finances, commitments agreed upon in other international agreements. Vulnerability of sites and adaptation and mitigation is no longer needs to be proven to meet our sustainable development goals and to implement our climate action. We need capacity building. We need transfer of technology. We need financing. To conclude, we appeal to the international community to respect and to not deviate from the fundamental principle enshrined in the Convention, namely the principle of CBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities. CBDR, as well as looking at respective capacities in everything we do to implement the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci, Excellence. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Ing Sophale, Minister of Environment of Cambodia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency President, Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen. The Cambodian delegation appreciates the government of the United Arab Emirates and the UNFCCC Secretariat for hosting this 28th UN Climate Change Conference here in the vibrant city of Dubai. As a responsible member of the global community, Cambodia is dedicated to playing key roles in international efforts to address climate emergency. Domestically, Cambodia embarks on a clean energy transition. Cambodia has achieved 62% renewable energy capacity and is committed to advancing our energy sector sustainability. We recently cancelled a 700 megawatt domestic coal power project and aim to raise our renewable energy share to 70% by 2030, which is double the ASEAN benchmark set for 2025. Our goals include reducing electricity consumption by 19% by 2030 through efficiency measures and broader electrifications in sectors like transportation, agriculture, and industry. Additionally, we uphold our commitment to not construct hydropower plant on the Mekong River. Internationally, during our tenure as the 2022 ASEAN Chair, Cambodia launched the ASEAN Green Deal to guide the region towards sustainable, low-carbon future. Additionally, leading the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, we also introduced a joint statement on climate change endorsed by leaders at the recent ASEAN Summit in Phnom Penh. As part of our journey towards the net zero emissions, we are focusing on ensuring a just transition for our workforce, prioritizing the needs of women and other vulnerable groups. Our investment in resilient infrastructures is a key to this effort, as it will transform our cities into a more sustainable and livable environments. We are dedicated to climate-smart growth, decarbonizing supply chains, and fostering a green economy. Supporting this initiative is our Green Cambodia strategy, which aims to plant over 1 million trees yearly to achieve 60% forest cover and be a country which is carbon neutral by 2050. Cambodia believes that mitigation ambition must be further increased. Adaptation actions need to be accelerated. Loss and damage must be taken into serious consideration, and the US $100 billion per year commitment must be the top priority. Excellency President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia, alongside other nations, has made progress in the Paris Agreement. Yet emissions are still too high to prevent temperature rising above a key threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The opportunity for effective climate intervention is narrowing. We need decisive action now. We urge COP28 to mark the beginning of unprecedented global collaborations for climate resilience, ensuring the well-being of communities and the health of our planet. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Andrew R. Yatilman, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Emergency Management of the Federated States of Micronesia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, youth of the world, ladies and gentlemen. The threat of climate change is now descending upon us like a mighty wave. Already, throughout our islands, people are suffering from the devastating impacts like bombs or sanctions, could forever change our lives, our way of life, and our hope for a vibrant future. I address you today not only on behalf of my island nation, but also on behalf of our ancestors who came to inhabit our islands more than 4,000 years ago, on behalf of my grandchildren and hopefully their grandchildren. We ask countries, and especially the large emitters, to take more serious action to address climate change, to make some reasonable sacrifices so that island nations do not have to make the ultimate sacrifice. Islanders around the world are no longer potential victims of climate change. We are present victims. We face an uncertain and possibly uninhabitable future now. Without radical measures to reduce warming in the next decade, our lands and livelihoods could perish and our people will follow. The world has run out of time to rely just on CO2 emissions reductions. While deep and sustained cuts in CO2 are absolutely necessary, they will not sufficiently take effect until mid-century. By then, many lives could be lost and irreversible tipping points, like the die-off of our beautiful coral reefs or the melting of the ice sheets, triggered, making many of our islands uninhabitable. If we want to stand a chance of keeping 1.5 alive, we urgently need to deliver massive cuts in short-lived superpollutants that slow warming. Now, methane mitigation, in particular, is the most powerful, fast-acting option to prevent warming this decade. It is time to move beyond voluntary pledges to clear goals and cooperative action backed by funding. We must close the gap between ambition and implementation, and we must do so now. To limit emissions and realign with a 1.5-degree pathway with no overshoot, the global community must also begin a complete phase-out of fossil fuels. We must be serious about transforming our energy systems and other high-polluting sectors. We must increase access to adequate and sustained financing for climate action across all sectors in line with the objectives and principles of this convention. The first global stocktake must be more than just an exercise in compiling technical papers. It must strengthen and guarantee full implementation of the Paris Agreement. We must reach an agreement on a robust and effective framework for the global goal on adaptation, backed by streamlined access to adaptation finance, especially for countries like my own, already having to adapt to the impacts of a crisis we did not create. The Loss and Damage Fund, long fought for and much needed, must help particularly vulnerable countries while it builds resilience for what is to come. There are many injustices in the climate crisis, beginning with the fact that those who contaminate the least are those who will suffer the most. Micronesia and other islands have carried much more than our weight, strengthening our NDCs and accruing greater debt to pay for adaptation measures or climate emergencies. We stand on the front line of this existential crisis, watching as the rising tides wipe away our shorelines and push us into a desolate and uncertain future. That is why we ask the world to stop. Stop new fossil fuel extraction. Stop excessive consumption. Stop methane emissions. Stop throwing fuel on the fire. And start taking greater responsibility for the past and protecting the people and resources of the future. Start with courage and commitment. Start and don't stop until the world is safe, not for just you, but for all of us. We thank you for your attention, and we thank the government of the United Arab Emirates for hosting this meeting at a critical time that could change the course of the climate crisis. We truly hope it is a change for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Orlando Abe, Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management of Belize. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am happy to convey greetings on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister John Briceño and the people and government of Belize. I also extend my delegation's appreciation to your government for the warm reception that we have received since arriving in Dubai. Since we last convened at COP27, Belize has continued to ramp up its mitigation actions. In marine conservation, 20.3% of Belize's ocean is under legal protection. In sustainable transportation, Belize has embarked on a national transition to e-mobility. This includes the adoption of electric vehicles and the development of necessary infrastructure to support their integration into our transportation system. This will result in avoiding 117 kilotons of carbon dioxide per year from the transport sector by 2030. We have also initiated the construction of a 60-megawatt solar plant with the goal of cutting annual emissions by 60,000 tons and contributing substantially to our commitment to clean and renewable energy sources. Belize continues to do its part, even as it continues to shoulder the burden from the impacts of climate change. Belize is setting innovative finance trends with the second largest debt for conservation swap, the Belize Blue Bond, and is actively pursuing high-integrity market opportunities to maintain the natural carbon sinks of our forest and marine resources. As a matter of fact, we have recently tabled in Parliament the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Bill 2023, underpinned by the principles and commitments of the Paris Agreement. Despite these efforts, there remains a financial shortfall of US $1.6 billion for adaptation and mitigation actions to be implemented in Belize. We therefore call for the restructuring of global financial institutions with the aim of unlocking more grant-based and concessional finance for the most vulnerable states. Such finance to be predictable, to be accessible, and mobilized with urgency. Belize welcomes the positive start of this year's COP with the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. We expect that pledges which amount to a mere 0.2% of the global needs are new, that they are increased, and that they are fulfilled. Madam President, 2023 manifested concerning climate trends. In May, Belize experienced firsthand the intensifying effects of this trend, recording 23 consecutive scorching days in our capital, exceeding typical averages by 0.8 degrees across the country, with the most pronounced being a 2-degree Celsius increase in the southern part of the country. As we tackle the climate crisis, Belize calls upon all parties to unite in support and alignment with the phase-out of fossil fuels. Our collective commitment to keeping 1.5 alive demands a resolute and complete halt to all fossil burning, moving beyond mere reduction and abatement. COP28 can deliver on a framework for the global goal on adaptation that enhances adaptive capacity, strengthens resilience, and reduces vulnerability of SIDS. At COP28, we can make progress which facilitates the consideration of targets and indicators that incorporate the special circumstances of SIDS, which, as a matter of law, is indisputable. Our countries are on the front line of the climate emergency and paying the steepest cost of the impacts with little support. There is no greater travesty of justice than the failure of this process in protecting our countries from existential threat. Madam President, in your opening remarks, you championed that we rise above the differences to make the difference for future generations right now. Belize echoes your call to bring everyone together and call for the professional, pragmatic, and constructive participation of the Republic of China, Taiwan in the UNFCCC process. Let us uphold the principle of climate justice and of inclusion. You can be sure, President, that Belize stands steadfast and ready to collaborate with you in making a difference here at COP28. The science has spoken. There is still time to avoid a calamitous tipping point. It is time to stop the posturing. It is time for transformative action. It is time for impactful leadership. It is time for climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Maria Antonia Yulogo Los Llaga, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Philippines. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we wish to thank and commend the outstanding leadership of this COP presidency and thank them as well for the kind hospitality. Today, I address you with a sense of urgency and determination. The Philippines is a living testament to the harsh realities of climate change. We have faced and continue to face the wrath of devastating typhoons, rising sea levels, and the perilous threats posed to our biodiversity and ecosystems, agriculture, and livelihoods. These realities compel us to take bold and decisive action, rooted in equity and our firm commitment to global rules-based order and multilateralism. The rule of law guarantees equity in the global commons. The Philippines is an archipelagic nation with more sea than land in our territory and the fourth longest coastline in the world. We are one of the 17 mega biodiverse countries in the world, containing 2/3 of this Earth's biodiversity and between 70% and 80% of the world's animal and plant species. Our national footprint is in the history of negotiations of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, as well as the High Seas or BBNJ Agreement, bears witness to our abiding interest in promoting equitable and just rules in the governance of the global commons. Our commitment to multilateralism, strengthened international cooperation, and global solidarity remains steadfast, recognizing that no single country can tackle the complexities of the climate crisis alone. Here in Dubai, we continue to champion the cause of climate justice, upholding the principles of equity, common but differentiated responsibilities, and ensuring urgent and responsive means of implementation in terms of capacity building, tech transfer, and financing to developing countries. We also seek to advance the values of our biodiversity and our oceans as the source of nature-based solutions to our climate crisis and to serve as the foundation for inclusive and resilient development. In our own country, we have taken concrete actions by implementing policies and initiatives to reduce emissions by catalyzing investments in our rich sources of renewable energy, enhancing resilience, advancing right skilling and social protection, especially for the most vulnerable, to achieve a just transition, and mainstreaming climate considerations into our development plans and budgets. We are now in the final stages of completing our NAP and NDC implementation plan as our guides to investing in the secure and sustainable future. We have also actively engaged in advancing climate action, disaster risk reduction, and resilience building efforts across the Asia-Pacific and within ASEAN. At this juncture, I have the pleasure and honor to announce the offer of the Philippines to host the board of the Historic Loss and Damage Fund. We also seek a seat on that board in the first board that will ever be inaugurated. Hosting the board of the Loss and Damage Fund in the Philippines, a country that has experienced firsthand the ruthless force of nature's wrath, would showcase global commitment to inclusivity, ensuring that the voices and experiences of the most affected countries are heard and considered in shaping the most urgent global climate policies. We are already host to UN entities, international and regional organizations, providing us with the institutional capacity, expertise, and partnerships to ensure the successful hosting of the board. And we stand ready to offer our knowledge grounded in our long history and culture of human resilience. Excellencies, we must all seize this moment and move forward with courage, unity, and determination towards a more resilient, equitable, sustainable, and prosperous global community. Let us set aside our differences for the sake of our planet and all peoples. It is truly only through collective action that we can secure a sustainable and resilient future for the generations to come. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. John Silk, Minister of Natural Resources of Commerce of Marshall Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, island states like my own have been coming to COP for years to try to convince others that our future in our homes matters. Despite our best efforts, we are far off track. We cannot pretend otherwise. With current policies, the planet is on track to a 2.5 future. We cannot adapt to temperature rise that high. The loss and damage will be incalculable. It will be our death sentence. Mr. President, Ministers, we will not go silently to our watery graves. Therefore, we cannot and will not accept an outcome from the COP that does not set us on a course for a future that stays within 1.5 temperature limit and lead to a more resilient world. We have heard that we need a pragmatic outcome from the COP. There is no more pragmatic response to the climate crisis than phasing out fossil fuels and investing in a resilient and just world. If we use this COP as an opportunity to find loopholes that serve the interest of a few over the needs of the many, history will hold us in judgment. How we respond to the GST this year will be critical. We will not leave here accepting an outcome that does anything less than protecting a safe future in our territory. We need an agreement on a framework for the global goal on adaptation. We cannot afford for this issue to become mired in technicalities. This week, my country launched our first national adaptation plan. It sets pathways for our country to adapt and to preserve the self-determination that is our birthright. These pathways bring hope. We plan to implement nature-based solutions and to strengthen our infrastructure, education, and healthcare systems to make our society more resilient. But we have had to face the reality that the pathways that we have ahead of us also bring loss. In our map, we say that by 2040, we will need to be deciding which atolls can no longer be protected. Planned relocation means tearing people from their ancestral islands that they have depended on, their culture that is based on, that holds the bones of their forefathers and legends that passed on through generations. We are in this position because we have been led by self-interest and short-term profits for too long. We have imagined that we could act on climate change slowly. We imagined that the most courageous thing to do was to take our time. The most prudent decision now is drastic, urgent action to quickly phase out fossil fuel. If we further the myth that we can continue to exploit fossil fuel resources with no end in sight, this COP will not be credible. We need to phase out fossil fuels. In the words of Secretary General, no, not reduce, not abate, but phased out. This will not be easy. We need every country, led by major emitters, to retract their commitments in MDCs, and we need to clean follow-up process to make sure that this is a really plan, not just another unmet promise. We cannot face this challenge without a new approach to climate finance. An approach that values accountability and keeping promises like the $100 billion and the doubling of adaptation finance. That recognizes the need to think about every way that we can bring money towards addressing this crisis. In the Marshall Islands, we have spearheaded the call for a GHG levy in maritime shipping as we sought solutions that can bring down emissions and generate funds for the world renewal. Mr. President, we support Taiwan's appeal to UNFCCC as an observer. Taiwan has implemented a plan to reduce carbon emissions, cultivate framework for international development assistance, and is ready to share its experience and technology. We call on all parties to support Taiwan's participation in the UNFCCC. The people of Taiwan enjoy the same rights as the peoples of other nations. They must not be left behind, nor should their contributions be ignored. Mr. President and Ministers, if you protect the most vulnerable, you protect the world. We are here in Dubai to fight for our island homes and for our people's right to determine our nation's future. We ask you, all of you, to stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Colin Sobu, Minister of Green Economy and Environment of Zambia, speaking on behalf of the African Negotiation Group. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, Zambia is honored and privileged to speak on behalf of the African Group. We also wish to commend the UAE Presidency for the excellent organization of COP28 so far. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa had outlined what we expected to constitute a successful COP28 and we indicated that we needed to tick the following boxes. Number one, ensuring that the fund and funding arrangements for loss and damage adopted in Sharm el-Sheikh is operational, is adequately resourced, and is ready to support vulnerable countries experiencing extreme and slow onset climate events. Number two, we expected that we would undertake a comprehensive global stocktake exercise and identify clear interventions that bridge the glaring gaps in order to bring us back on track in meeting the goal of the Paris Agreement. We also expected that we would strengthen the adaptation response by adopting a robust framework on the global goal on adaptation, complete with indicators to ensure that we can collectively track progress in building resilience. And number four, we expected that we would restore confidence in this multilateral process by delivering on previous financial commitments made. Excellencies, we are happy that we ticked the first box on the fund and funding arrangements on loss and damage on the very first day of the conference. It was therefore exciting to note that the fund was immediately capitalized with pledges, which is now just over 800 million United States dollars. However, we know that the requirements for loss and damage run into billions, if not trillions, and therefore we call for more resources for the fund to make its expected impacts. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on the global stocktake, we know that we are working hard to deliver a comprehensive stock-taking exercise, and we are confident that we will tick this box. We are keen to ensure that clear interventions that bridge the glaring gaps are put in place in order to bring us back on track in meeting the goal of the Paris Agreement. However, Mr. President, we are concerned with the slow progress on adaptation, specifically on the global goal on adaptation. We have consistently indicated that a successful COP28 for us must include the adoption of a robust framework on the GGA, complete with targets and indicators to help us track progress in reducing vulnerability, enhancing adaptive capacity, and building resilience. Mr. President, we are confident that this matter will receive your pragmatic attention in the remaining hours of the conference to enable us to deliver on this critical component. We acknowledge the pledges in financing from developed countries, and we commend those who have made the pledges so far. This is helpful in restoring confidence in this multilateral process. But as indicated earlier, we call for additional resources to be made available not only for loss and damage fund, but also for the implementation of our national adaptation plans and our national determined contributions to ensure that we can enhance our ambition in addressing climate change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me hasten to say that the just transition is critical for the African continent and Zambia as well. We've already embarked on this journey where we are working towards ensuring that our energy mix comes largely from renewable sources, but we need support to ensure that this transition is just and smooth and does not result in unmanageable disruptions. Zambia and Africa as a whole boast of vast areas of forests which play a critical role in averting climate change. However, we need to ensure that the communities that have nurtured these forests are involved in climate action and are fairly compensated for their roles. Mr. President, as I conclude my remarks, I wish to assure you of constructive support of the African Group, not only at this conference, but throughout your tenure, and we look forward to working with you to secure a successful COP. Nothing should stand in our way. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mamadou Samake, Minister of Environment, Sanitation and Sustainable Development of Mali. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests,
permettez-moi tout d'abord d'adresser
if I may first and foremost, may I extend to you the warm greetings of His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, Head of State, Head of Government, and leader of the whole of the Malian people. Greetings to His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, President of COP28. Greetings also to the government and government and people of the UAE, whom we consider as friends, for your warm welcome and for the successful organization of the current session of the Conference of the Parties. Mali is in the Sahel. Mali's industries are farming, forestry, and livestock. These sectors are strategic to our economy. These sectors employ over 80% of our population, and these sectors face many climate change-related challenges, which is why, chiefly, there are tensions between communities as they vie for the rare natural resources that exist, vying for their well-being. Climate change and its consequences remain one of the deep causes for instability and for the complex security crisis gripping Mali and some countries of the Sahel for several years now. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, today more than ever, we are deeply concerned to note that conferences come and go. Paris came in 2015. We had the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2022. But the decisions and the commitments undertaken in the area of adaptation, financing, loss and damage, and in the area of transfer of technology have still not been honored, which is why we, Mali, believe that there should be climate justice. Those countries that pollute the least, which are home to two-thirds of the global population, should not and cannot remain the innocent and passive victims of the pollution emitted by the richest third of humanity. Mr. President, combating the effects of climate change and combating insecurity absorbs a significant amount of our resources, which is why my country has made a high priority of the matter of the financing of adaptation and the financing of the resilience of our populations to climate change, because our population is particularly vulnerable to extreme weather events, which is why Mali has adopted a strategic framework for climate-resilient green economy, as well as an NDC wherein our country is committed to cut its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% on average by 2030, thanks to 13 new programs on renewable energy, the sustainable management of land and waste, as well as agriculture and forestry value chains and industries, which is why Mali organized from the 9th to the 11th of November 2023 the first regional forum on climate security in Sahel to provide a response to the many challenges thrown up by the climate, peace and security nexus in Sahel through a declaration called the Bamako Declaration. Time has come for us, the leaders of the world, to act together. We need to act together, and now, to meet the expectations of our population, to save the planet before tomorrow will be too late. In concluding, I would like to address my heartfelt thanks to the stakeholders who support the efforts made by the government of Mali to combat the harmful effects of climate change. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Matthew Samuda, Minister with a portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility of water, environmental and climate change of Jamaica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I stand before you on behalf of the resilient people of Jamaica, amidst the breathtaking city of Dubai at the heart of COP28. We extend our sincere gratitude to the UAE for hosting this pivotal gathering, and we acknowledge the COP President, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber. As it is under his mandate, we hope to truly unite, act, and deliver. Jamaica endorses this theme as it emphasizes the collective responsibility in the face of the ever-escalating climate crisis. Mr. President, COP28 is unique and historic in many ways. Most significant of these are the day one L&D breakthrough led by the UAE and the inclusion of health and climate change against the backdrop of the global stocktake. Jamaica reaffirms its commitment to ambitious mitigation efforts, recognizing the urgency we pledge as outlined in our NDCs to accelerate our transition to renewable energy sources, targeting approximately 30% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. This we will achieve by the transition of our energy production from a fossil fuel base to a renewable contribution from 18% currently to 50% in 2030. We have also commenced the electrification of our government fleet, starting with 100 buses to be delivered in 2024, with other sectors to follow. We implore the global community to bolster international cooperation, facilitating the transfer of green technologies to developing nations, and call for the phase-out of fossil fuel as a priority. Adaptation is a cornerstone of Jamaica's resilience strategy. The vulnerable small island developing states like Jamaica bear disproportionate the burden of climate impacts. We call for increased support to enhance our adaptive capacity, especially in the areas of water resource management, agriculture, health, and infrastructure. Keeping in mind that 2023 is currently on track to be the hottest year on record, underscores the urgent need for increased adaptation action. Moreover, Kingston, Jamaica may just have lived up to the climate departure predictions of 2015, which significantly and signify the importance of greening our cities as adaptation strategy. Jamaica is now preparing its national adaptation plan, and we are exploring initiatives at the local and subnational levels. It is imperative that adaptation financing must be the high point of COP28 and becomes more accessible and tailored to the specific needs of the most vulnerable nations. Jamaica is pleased to know that the Loss and Damage Fund is operationalized, and we do thank those who have contributed. The impacts of climate change are increasingly evident in our communities, causing irreparable harm to those who live there. We urge others to contribute to the fund that will assist developing countries in coping with the unavoidable consequences of climate change, including addressing the displacement of communities and the loss of biodiversity. Until the fund is operationalized and facilitating support, we call on all nations to support those who are most impacted with immediate resource allocation now. Without adequate financing, the aspirations, colleagues, of the Paris Agreement remain elusive. Jamaica urges developed nations to fulfill their commitments to mobilize at least $100 billion annually with a substantial portion for adaptation efforts. Jamaica is also proud to report and announce the recent revision of its national climate change policy framework and approval for an emissions policy framework. These will be supported by a long-term climate change strategy for 2050. We emphasize the need for coherent and cohesive policies that integrate climate considerations across all sectors. This includes mainstreaming climate-smart agriculture, sustainable tourism practices, and resilient urban planning. In addition, we urge climate action impacts contemplate the oceans and education be critical areas for mainstreaming of attention. Mr. President, Jamaica is not merely a spectator in the fight against climate change. We are active participants, and we are scaling up our climate action plans. We have benefited from the benefits, or rather, we have enjoyed the benefits of fiscal responsibility, and we continue to use those benefits in line with a culture of environmental stewardship. We encourage all nations to adopt a similar approach, recognize that collective action is the only way forward. Let us remember that the decisions made here at COP28 will resonate for generations to come. We stand at a crossroads, and the choices we make today will shape the destiny of our planet. Let us rise above our differences, unite in purpose, and forge a path towards a sustainable and resilient future. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Simo Kilepa, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Climate Change of Papua New Guinea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to deliver these remarks on behalf of the government of Papua New Guinea. At this outset, let me extend my sincere appreciation to His Highness, the President of United Arab Emirates, and his government for the invitation and his leadership to ensure this summit and the rest of COP28 is successfully hosted. We assure you of our full support. I also wish to acknowledge Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, COP28 President-designate and UAE's Special Envoy of Climate Change, for the preparatory work that has undertaken so far for an inclusive COP that ensures all actors are involved in addressing the climate crisis. Excellencies, today we meet at a critical moment amidst a global backdrop of many challenges before us. Apart from the ever-increasing socio-economic crisis and unresolved conflicts, the climate crisis, particularly the ongoing extreme weather and slow onset events that are rapidly multiplying across the world, emphasizes to all of us the critical need to address climate crisis swiftly. It also justifies the warning issued by the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, that, and I quote, "The era of global boiling has arrived," end of quote. The latest synthesis report from the IPCC shows that human-caused climate change is already affecting the weather and causing climate extremes in every region across the globe. This has led to widespread adverse impacts and related loss and damages to nature and people. The synthesis report also showed the world is not on track to meet the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. For this phase of the first global stocktake, we want a positive outcome, and we call for high-level political declarations to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. Papua New Guinea welcomes the successful conclusion of the information gathering and technical assessment phases of the first global stocktake, as well as synthesis report for the technical assessment phase. Papua New Guinea, like many other fellow Pacific Island countries, will continue to reiterate that addressing climate change is a key priority for us, and this remains the single greatest existential threat to the lives and livelihoods, security and well-being of our people. The importance and urgency to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius through rapid, deep and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions is critical to the survival of our small island nations. On that note, Papua New Guinea urges the international community to contribute to the Pacific Resilience Facility, a regional financing facility endorsed by the leaders of the Pacific to address disasters and climate change threats in our Blue Pacific continent, and we thank our development partners who have contributed to it. Contributions and pledges to this fund will make way for the operationalization in terms of the establishment of its structure, board, and other necessary arrangements. Excellencies, I am pleased to inform this conference that as a nation, Papua New Guinea has made significant progress on climate change front, which we are proud of as far as implementing our targets under national determined contributions. A demonstration of our progress is a milestone achievement in the reaching of net zero target as outlined in the recent submissions of our second biennial report to the UNFCCC in June 2022. The completion and launch of the 2022 to 2030 National Adaptation Plan earlier this year on climate resilient agriculture, infrastructure and transport, and health sector responsiveness to climate sensitive diseases is also another significant achievement for our country. Our National Sustainable Land Use Policy from 2022 to 2032 also aims to significantly integrate and promote sustainable development whilst addressing environmental conservation and climate change, natural disasters, and geohazards, among others. In addition, the government will soon be launching inclusive policies and laws aimed at mitigating societal issues and empowering vulnerable groups, including women, girls, youth, children, and marginalized communities, with focus on coordinating data. As part of the government's renewed commitment we have recently launched an overarching development plan known as the Medium-Term Development Plan 4 from 2023 to 2027. It captures climate change and protection of the natural environment as one of the strategic priorities areas of development. I am also pleased to mention that we now have amended the Climate Change Management Act to give effect to the carbon market regulation that will guide and strengthen how we do business in the area of carbon markets, both at a domestic level and international levels, and increase result-based payments for REDD+ credits. Furthermore, the Bank of Papua New Guinea, our central bank, has developed a green finance taxonomy and a go-forward plan for Papua New Guinea. This plan includes establishing a green finance center with the Bank of Papua New Guinea to assist with processing applications for green finance, providing green finance literacy, and a refinancing facility more focused on lending to sustainable climate resilience and low to zero carbon emission products. In light of the above, there are also several political commitments that have been made by PNG government to protect our forest and marine biodiversity and use of natural resources sustainably. We remain committed to preserving these important global assets to combat climate change, to shift to alternate sources of renewable energy. Excellencies, in return our people must be compensated for these efforts. We once again call on the high carbon emitting states, the developed country economies, to take lead in addressing the climate crisis through new commitments and announcements to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, they must fulfill their climate finance commitment to $100 billion per year to the Green Climate Funds. We also need direct access to technology, which is fundamental for transition. We at the establishment of the Technology Implementation Program, supported by the GCF and the related funds, the GCF. The TIP will offer crucial support in the areas of technology transfer and capacity building. This initiative is vital for Papua New Guinea to effectively apply important climate technologies, enabling a seamless connection between strategic planning and real-world implementation. International financial institutions and development partners, including the GCF, need to ensure that their processes and guidelines are flexible and compatible with our national financial systems. In addition, they should be fit for purposes to address both climate and development needs so that countries like PNG can have access to climate finance for mitigation, adaptation, and to compensate for loss and damages so that we may accomplish a just transition to build our resilience against the effects of climate change. We cannot continue to sacrifice our development aspirations when there is no effort to compensate us. No funding, no action. PNG will continue to explore opportunities to generate revenue so that we can also have the chance to industrialize and improve the living standard of our people. Excellencies, to conclude, we must all remain true to our words and take real practical actions to achieve the goals of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement in order to address the serious threat facing our humanity. Thank you, Truna. God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Albina Ruiz, Minister of Environment of Peru. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President,
delegados,
distinguished delegates,
permítame señalar
let me begin by stating that this statement is aligned with those made by the representative of Cuba on behalf of the G77 and China, and by Guatemala on behalf of the ILAC.
Es una realidad innegable.
For Peru, climate change and its effects are an undeniable reality with a clear impact on the population, our ecosystems and our livelihoods. 68% of the world's tropical glaciers are located in my country. But over these last six decades, the glaciers have shrunk by 56%. And added to this are phenomena such as El Niño, which is now more frequent and more intense due to climate change, and which is causing loss of life, damage to infrastructure, and is affecting our developing economy. And this is why I am here today with you with a clear goal to reach robust decisions on each of the priority areas, such as, for example, on the global stocktake, where it's crucial that the results be concrete, ambitious, and science science-based in order to avoid irreversible damage to the cryosphere, to the oceans and the Amazon. We are looking towards decisions here at the COP that send a clear political signal for greater action, greater ambition. On the Loss and Damage Fund, we welcome the approval to operationalize the fund, and we call for timely technical and financial assistance, and also for operationalizing the Santiago network. On the global goal on adaptation, we look to see a clear roadmap to fill the gaps and to meet the needs, also incorporating and recognizing highly vulnerable ecosystems such as glaciers, peatlands, forests and oceans. On the new financing goal, we want to see a decision of substance which allows us to boost resources and reach parity between adaptation and mitigation with mechanisms such as debt swaps, which can be key tools for preserving our forests and our nature. On the Sharm el-Sheikh mitigation program, we trust that it will help us to reach our goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2050, in line with what's established by our future long-term strategy, which we are currently building on the basis of services that the state will provide to the citizens. And finally, we call for robust decisions on all matters related to the cooperative approach under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, the just transition, and the work program for implementing climate action on agriculture and food security. Peru is not standing by idly. We have made a proposal here at COP28 to establish a climate fund for indigenous women to boost their leadership on climate action and build their capacity, and to give them access to the resources they need to carry out action on the ground. Peru is currently marking 200 years since its independence, and in this context, we make a call to write a new history together. We need to come together, to hear each other, to take action together amidst our great diversity, because beyond all of our differences, we do have a common goal that unites us, namely taking care of our common home. And so I urge you to join this with resolution, because our present and our future depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Safiatou Diallo, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Guinea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la 28e conférence des
President of the 28th COP of the UNFCCC Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Guinea, Head of State, Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, on behalf of the government of the people of Guinea, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to His Highness and the UAE for the outstanding organization and the very warm welcome extended to the delegation of the Republic of Guinea since we arrived in this town of Dubai with its abundant hospitality. Over the last few years, Guinea has experienced several extreme weather events, giving rise to significant loss in life and property, as well as the destruction of infrastructure, which has wreaked social and economic havoc. Everything we do to respond to climate change is guided by the UNFCCC, as well as the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Everything we do happens thanks to us drawing systematically from our expertise under the three pillars, namely adaptation, mitigation, and climate financing. Thus, our common position should be tailored to match the evolution of negotiations and our ability to meet the challenges of adaptation and mitigation. What we do focuses chiefly on adjusting our structures to our production structures, ability to manage pressure on natural resources produced by demographic growth, as well as harnessing technological progress, whose cost remains high, taking into account increasingly evident interplay between climate change, security on the continent, the national stability, and the improvement of our competitiveness of our exports. To succeed, Guinea has done much to improve energy efficiency, managing solid waste, reducing pressure on our natural resources through the implementation of sustainable management of forest and land, as well as progressive carbon neutrality mining commitments implemented through our various ministries. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished President, Guinea emits less than 0.1% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Despite this, our NDC has established an aggregate unconditional goal of 20% already met and a conditional goal of 49% by 2030. The unconditional goal, we will meet our unconditional goal by replacing our greenhouse gas emitting power plants by hydroelectric dams by 2025, and we've done much to achieve that. In addition to reclaiming our degraded forest spaces, we have reclaimed our degraded forest spaces by reforesting trees on 2,000 hectares for this year. As to our conditional NDC, we have set it at 45% as against our trend-based scenario by building more dams. However, the implementation of these projects and programs that have been planned require the mobilization of around $15 billion, which is why the Republic of Guinea very much welcomes the setting up of a loss and damage fund and very much hopes that it will be soon operationalized and made accessible so that we can address the climate financing deficit and double what we do to adapt to climate change. Our negotiations will be successful if we bring about climate justice, which provides reparation for the damage suffered by countries. To conclude, I would like to invite all state parties to the Convention on Climate Change to demonstrate understanding and to loosen their positions, which sometimes are too rigid and thus counterproductive, so that we can better protect our future generations. Long live international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Tefai Helbrelasi Sebatu, Minister of Land, Water and Environment of Eritrea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to join previous speakers to express our gratitude to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for the warm hospitality accorded to my delegation. I also congratulate UAE on their election to the presidency of COP28 and on the financial pledge they made to boost global climate finance. Mr. Chairman, for a long time now, science has ominously predicted the perilous consequences of human-induced global warming that could pose existential threat in the absence of robust remedial measures. Numerous reputable stakeholders, eminent personalities, and conscientious environmental advocates also have been calling world governments to do all what it takes to deter climate change. Indeed, the severity and pervasiveness of the impacts of global warming are too obvious to deserve emphasis. These cogent facts have impelled community of nations to engage for decades in a series of endless, intensive negotiations in order to determine and agree on the scale and tempo of greenhouse gas emission reduction, which is very crucial to mitigate global warming. It is true that considerable consensus has been reached on several environment governance issues. The rise of global environmental awareness as well as advancement made in renewable energy technology as a solution are also noteworthy. However, when it comes to the crux of the overarching challenge of global emission reduction to the level recommended by science, the result remains sad and preoccupying. The extreme weather events that caused immense harm on the lives and livelihoods of millions of people during this outgoing year in many parts of the world are not to be taken lightly. As a continuation of worsening conditions, they portend peril the magnitude of which is hard to imagine. Mr. Chairman, Eritrea's emission is negligible and inconsequential by all standards. Yet, as one of African countries south of the Sahara region, where desert encroachment is rampant and erratic pattern of rainfall, outbreak of locust swarms are becoming frequent phenomena, we are among the most impacted by global warming. In facing this formidable challenge, we have been engaged in finding nature-based solutions, primarily through ecosystem research activities and that help enhance climate resilience and adaptive capacity of our communities, and we are determined to continue these activities for generations to come at a widespread national scale. However, our non-emitter or less emitter country status cannot be taken for granted. Naturally, we need and deserve to grow fast our economy. Towards the achievement of this objective, we will have to tackle our energy poverty, which constitutes one of the critical barriers to our development efforts. My delegation believes that policies of developed country parties, usually guided by their narrow national interests, are inconsiderate about the legitimate concerns, developmental challenges, and priorities of the developing world. Taking the grave consequences of the global climate change into account, the economic and technological and arguments of pragmatism used by the developed world to cover their failure to shoulder their moral responsibility to reduce their emission is hard to comprehend, let alone to condone. Everyone knows, because it is clearly and openly declared, that hundreds of billions of dollars are spent to fund destructive wars and conflicts. To break the impasse, Eritrea joins the voice of the parties who strongly urge the developed country parties to take the issue of global climate change seriously and observe their moral responsibility as per the basic tenets of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. In conclusion, I would like to express Eritrean delegation best wishes for COP28 to come out with deliberations that will impart its historical relevance. Far from hoping against hope, our fervent expectation is that COP28 will indeed be instrumental in convincing all parties to solemnly shoulder their responsibility and do their respective fair. Such commitment will constitute an eloquent testament and inspirational proof of a genuine global partnership that augurs well and for mutual human progress and the maintenance of the natural integrity of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Lordanka Rodica Lornadov, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Moldova. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of United Arab Emirates for hosting COP28 in Dubai and chairing the high-level forum. Last year, COP27 adopted a package of decisions and agreements affirming the commitments to limit global temperature raised to 1.5 degrees, as well as boost the capacities, including financial, for developing countries, designing the damage and loss fund, and other actions to speed up for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Today, COP28 gathered double the number of participants to continue the political dialogue, enable climate actions with even more vital initiatives and partnership, since the current progress is insufficient. Moreover, observations point out that the current targets must be met and exceeded to tackle the consequences of climate change effectively and prevent the irreversibly adverse effects. The portfolio of greenhouse gas emissions of countries and the impact of climate change differ. Unfortunately, countries' capacities to respond to consequences caused by climate change also disagree significantly, where geopolitical instability and disaster aggravate the situation. The transition to net zero requires a comprehensive actions-oriented approach, together with strengthening the capacities of countries to implement global and regional agenda for comprehensive and practically national actions, access to technology and financial resources by harnessing opportunities and benefits of know-how, restoring climate-caused damages and losses, ensuring resilience. Management of climate issues require complex reform across energy, transport, agriculture, and other sectors. Moreover, synergy in synchronizing domestic and transboundary measures are needed to efficiently address and prevent risk and health and safety of the population, ensuring stable economic development and protect ecosystem and the environmental. Distinguished delegates, Moldova has experienced particularly severe effects of climate change every year and recognize the importance of climate actions, not only by defining the high ambitions of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but also by implementing the policy measures and enabling green transition. As European Union country candidate, Moldova strongly supports the European climate neutrality policy. Moldova makes efforts to implement mitigation and adaptation mechanisms to protect the population and NATO to ensure economic resilience and progress. Strengthening the national potential and the consistency of the domestic actions, especially in the extension of forestry, the land policy, diversification of energy sources, increasing renewables capacity and promoting energy efficiency, fostering greening economy and decarbonization, implementing the adaptation framework. For Moldova, the support of international partners is essential in achieving commitments and providing input into regional and global low-emission and zero network basket and efficiently implement the national adaptation policy. And taking the opportunity, I would like to thank the joint force of the partners on sustainable development for Moldova. I would like to highlight that Moldova also aims to open a new chapter on the domestic climate agenda by developing carbon pricing mechanisms and green financing options, introducing taxonomy and climate criteria for assessing investment. Here, I will reiterate what has already been mentioned, the importance of joint action as an essential catalyst of change, effective partnership facilitating the access to and implementation of the solution, and implementation of climate justice, especially for developing countries and vulnerable societies, to ensure that nobody is left behind. Last but not least, climate policy and actions must be evaluated not only through the goals achieved, but also through the mindset changes in society, because what is happening now affects everyone and will be inherited by future generations, as we do not take an action now if we do not admit that input of everyone can count. Mr. Chairman, I believe that we will find a consensus on major political decisions these days, because there is no time for delay with increasing bills every day. and it is evident that there is no question of whether to do. Now it is essential to agree on how to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Leila Chikau Madahoui, Minister of Environmental of Tunisia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حضرات السيدات والسادة، أود في بداية كلمتي أن
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for their generous hospitality and for all their efforts put in by the COP presidency in organizing this COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the adoption of the UNFCCC in 1992 and the ratification of the Paris Accords on climate by our countries since 2015, the unprecedented growth in GHGs at an international level, rising temperatures which have doubled, together with the increasing frequency of extreme meteorological phenomena, all that poses a grave threat to life on Earth. The clear repercussions of climate change that the world is witnessing, especially the impact on natural resources, ecosystems, food security, but also on the rights of peoples and countries to equitable development, decent work, to healthcare and security, are one of the biggest international challenges we face towards achieving the SDGs by 2030. The negative impact of climate change are particularly being felt in the middle-income countries, given that their economic development relies on exploitation, on natural systems, in light of their weak human, technical and material capacities to mitigate the impact of climate change. Tunisia, whose annual GHG emissions are not more than 0.7% of the international total of emissions, yet Tunisia is paying a heavy economic and social price of between 10 and 15% of its GDP. To avert the impact of climate change and to adjust to their growing impact, particularly in the sphere of water resources, agricultural productivity, which is deteriorating, and food insecurity, which is growing, as well as the direct impact of climate change on infrastructure, health and jobs. On top of all that, there are many other social problems stemming from poverty, loss of jobs, decline in economic revenue in numerous sectors sensitive to climate change, the upheaval of the balance and development between various regions, and leading to increase in external and internal migration directly linked to climate change are all major challenges. That said, we're convinced that the radical repercussions of climate change, confronting them must be a top priority for all international organizations and countries in view of the urgent need to reduce GHG emissions and the urgent need to tackle the environmental, social, economic repercussions, particularly in the LDCs. We stress the importance of moving as fast as possible from the stage of collective engagement to the stage of effective implementation of the Paris Accords, so as to contribute to achieving the SDGs and to guarantee justice, the right to development and decent life for all our countries and peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, COP28 comes at a moment as urgent decisions must be taken. It's a matter of defining an international framework to reach the goal of adaptation to climate change, but also to set a global objective for financing by 2025 and raise the level of ambition in reducing emissions so as to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. It's also a matter of supporting investment, large-scale investment that has a far-reaching impact in this sphere, not to mention the need to operationalize the loss and damage fund. On the basis of the results of COP27, however, the decisions expected from this conference, the commitments assumed by countries to effectively implement the Framework Convention, the UNFCCC, and the Paris Accords, those decisions and commitments must be underpinned by the historic responsibility of countries and be commensurate to the urgent needs of the developing countries in terms of sustainable development and in terms of combating poverty with the full implementation of the principles of the Convention, in particular common but differentiated responsibility, the principle of justice and the principle of respective capacities. In conclusion, I want to reiterate my profound thanks to the United Arab Emirates for their generous hospitality, and we reiterate Tunisia's utter commitment to work with all kindred countries to activate the Paris Accords in a framework that respects pluralism and that takes into account the rights of all our people to sustainable development and a decent life.
Thank you.
May the peace of God be with you. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nik Nazmi bin Nik Hamad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change of Malaysia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey our highest appreciation to the COP28 presidency for its warm hospitality. All countries must contribute to fighting climate change based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Malaysia has pledged to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions intensity by 45% in 2030 compared to 2005 levels. Furthermore, we aspire to achieve net zero GHG emissions via our long-term low emissions development strategy, LT-LETS, which will be finalized by early 2024. Under our National Energy Transition Roadmap, we envisage decarbonizing our energy and industrial sectors by elevating the share of our renewable energy in our power installed capacity from 25% to 70% by 2050. While enhancing our green electricity tariffs, the government has also started a massive reduction of subsidies for fossil fuel-based electricity amounting to almost $1 billion for this year. We are also exploring ways to reduce coal emissions. At the same time, Malaysia has approved the export of renewable energy to scale up our renewable generation infrastructure. We are one of the world's 17 megadiverse countries, and we have upheld the commitment we made during the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1992 to maintain at least half of our country's land area under forest and tree cover. In terms of legislation, Malaysia is in the process of passing the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act and is now formulating a climate change bill and national adaptation plan. We have likewise launched a voluntary carbon market. Malaysia has been recognized as the highest ranking Southeast Asian country in the Energy Transition Index 2023 report by the World Economic Forum. We have also for the first time hosted the Asia Pacific Climate Week recently, which saw the participation of more than 2,000 delegates from 100 countries.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate the Transitional Committee and all parties involved in the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. I would also like to commend the Presidency who provided the guidance and leadership in galvanizing all of us in achieving this landmark decision during the first day of COP28. Still, we hope that it can support all countries in need, in addition to the least developed and small island state. We must ensure that the operationalization of the fund starts off on the right foot and be as transparent as possible. In this regard, other international financial institutions, such as the European Investment Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, and the African Development Bank Group ought to be involved. No single institution should have a monopoly. We hope that the adjustments can be made in the spirit of common sense and fair play. The Global Stocktakes conclusions underscores the urgent need for increased funding for climate action. Malaysia has done many things regarding climate change, and we would do much more and be willing to be more ambitious if only we had the support, whether financial or technical. The goalposts should not keep changing. It should not be the case that some wealthy countries, including those who have benefited from exploiting the environment of other nations in the past, are now allowed to be pragmatic when it comes to climate change, while developing ones are held to stricter and inflexible standards or subject to unilateral trade measures. This must be remedied via more inclusive and equitable climate finance. Mr. Presidencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, Malaysia hopes that all parties find a way to ensure that COP28 produces outcomes that we can all be proud of. The fate of the ordinary, vulnerable and marginalized people of this world depend on decisions we make at this conference. Let us choose wisely and act boldly to not only resolve climate change, but bring about the birth of a better world for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Shahab Uddin, Minister of Environment, Forests and Climate Change of Bangladesh. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and very good afternoon to you all. It is my pleasure to join you all in this lively, beautiful city of Dubai. I express my sincere thanks to the government and people of the United Arab Emirates of hosting the COP28. I would like to especially thank the COP28 presidency for creating history by adopting the decision on loss and damage fund on the very first day of the opening of COP28. I also thank the COP28 presidency for adopting Declaration of Food System Transformation, Declaration on Health, and also launching the Mangrove Alliance for Climate along with other declarations and alliance. Mr. President, Bangladesh is the 7th most vulnerable country of the world. However, Bangladesh strives hard for the shifting the country's vulnerability towards resilience under the able and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Distinguished colleagues, we have established Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund, a dedicated national finance mechanism back in 2009 from our own limited resources. So far, we have allocated $490 million that supports more than 850 projects. Additionally, as part of our annual development program, the government is spending more than $3 billion as climate-related action. Last year, Bangladesh submitted the National Adaptation Plan to the UNFCCC. In our NAP, we have identified 113 interventions for 8 vulnerable sectors, with a time frame of 2023-2050. To implement those priority interventions, $230 billion will be required, or per year about $8.5 billion. This means there will be around $5.5 billion finance gap for the NAP implementation. Excellency, despite having limited resources, Bangladesh is pursuing a low-carbon development pathway, increasing emphasis on renewable energy. Energy efficiency and energy conservation. In 2021, we have updated our NDC with 3 times enhanced emission reduction compared to 2015. Excellencies, recently published scientific reports show that we are heading in the wrong direction. The ambition of emission reduction pledges for 2030 need to be 7 times higher to keep the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. Excellencies, at this COP28, it is essential that we make progress in the following areas. 1, we must keep the 1.5-degree goal alive for our survival. Even a temporary overshoot of the 1.5 Celsius threshold leads to additional permanent losses. Beyond adaptation limits, we need concrete political commitment by the major emitters for addressing the emission gap. The first global step must be delivered, increase ambition and action in the line with the 1.5-degree goal, with concrete milestone to assess the progress against outcome. 3, mobilize enough financial resources, preferably from public sources, to the most vulnerable developing countries, LDCs and SIDS, to support the implementation of their NAP and NDCs. Developed countries must deliver on the COP26 call to double additional finance by 2025 from 2019 level. 4, developed countries must deliver $100 billion per year as per their historic commitment. The post-2025 finance under the new collective 25 goals on climate finance must be significantly higher than the current commitment, considering the increasing needs of the most vulnerable and with clear roadmap for realization. Mr. President, finally, let us implement the decision of the Paris Agreement to fight against the extreme threats of climate change and make the world safer and better place for our future generations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Leonore Gewessler, Federal Minister of Climate Action of Austria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Presidency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year is going to be the hottest year ever recorded on this planet. We know that from calculations, we know that from prognosis by scientists, but let's be clear, we feel that. We feel that on our own bodies. With extreme heat affecting more and more people, with floods affecting everyday lives, affecting millions of homes. And Austria is peacefully located in the middle of Europe, safeguarded by mountains and far from rising sea levels and threatening temperatures. I know we are not amongst those who will be hit first and who will be hit hardest by the climate crisis. Still, this summer's extreme weather, this summer's storms and floods did massive damage in the south of my countries to many regions. We're in the midst of rebuilding, and fortunately, we are still in a position to do so. However, there will be a time where the impacts of the climate crisis will reach a point that rebuilding will hardly be possible. This is why my message is clear today. Action is urgent. We need to act as long as we can still actually reach the Paris goals, as long as we can still win the battle against this crisis. This requires a lot. It requires a lot from all of us. But what it requires for sure is a swift and consistent energy transformation, investing in renewables, investing in energy efficiency, and committing to a phase out of fossil fuels. After all, it's burning fossil fuels that boils our planet. Action is urgent in other fields as well. Even more so as I speak from a country that is still in a rather lucky situation. It's in talks to colleagues in rooms like this that I learn again and again much about. That's why I consider it as our responsibility to support the poorest and the most vulnerable people in their strive to become more resilient. Therefore, I'm glad to announce that Austria will provide a total of 35 million euros, 3 million for the cruise early warning systems, 20 million euros for the adaptation fund, and 12 million euros for the World Food Programme. With this contribution, we support the UN Early Warnings for All initiative to support those at the front lines of the climate crisis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world is watching closely, and it is watching with high expectations. Many people know that what we decide on here in this room is a decision on whether they can still live a decent life in their current home. Let us fulfill the hopes. Let us fulfill the expectations that are invested in us. Let us do what's needed to save this only planet that sustains us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Roger Barro, Minister of Environment, Water and Sanitation of Burkina Faso. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la 20e conférence.
President of COP28, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Burkina Faso is pleased to take part in the 28th Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change taking place in Dubai. Let me extend the thanks and express the gratitude of the transition government of Burkina Faso to all the authorities and people of the United Arab Emirates for their warm welcome and the hospitality given to my delegation and the outstanding organization of this conference. To the President of COP28, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on his appointment and wish him every success. To the Secretary General, the UN Secretary General, to all the United Nations system agencies, and to all international organizations. I want to convey my gratitude and that of the Burkinabe people for measures taken in implementing the UNFCCC. Ladies and gentlemen, this 28th conference, which is the first for the GST on implementation of the Paris Accords, takes place in the context of a climate emergency. It should allow us to gauge collective efforts and lay the groundwork for the society of tomorrow that we all aspire to. This requires big decisions on reducing GHG emissions and a robust commitment to develop low-carbon programs that are able to provide well-being to the most vulnerable communities. Burkina Faso, despite the adversity of the climate and the terrorist phenomenon that has been imposed since 2015, will very much play its part. It intends to contribute to global efforts to combat climate change by reducing GHG emissions by 29.42% by 2030 and developing adaptation and resilience actions as set forth in its NDC. Implementation is estimated at $4,124,231,753 Now, in terms of these circumstances specific to Africa, Burkina Faso is a party to the Bamako Declaration on climate security in the Sahel. The climate peace security nexus must be financed for the sake of climate justice and in the global interest to counter the phenomenon of terrorism and to kickstart development. Distinguished delegates, the international community must commit more to respond to the challenges of climate change by implementing the decisions of the Conference of the Parties, in particular when it comes to financing adaptation and mitigation, loss and damage, the carbon market mechanisms and transfer of technologies. Burkina Faso stands in solidarity with the African position, with the LDC group and with G77 plus China on climate negotiations. The populations of Burkina Faso have been victims of damage caused by the climate, and reparations are needed for the sake of international solidarity and for respect of human rights. That is why I call for the immediate operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund for it to respond to these urgent objectives, and I call for flexibility in procedures for mobilization of the resources of the various funds in the name of equity and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude by expressing my hope that through the ambition and will that drives us, that the Dubai conference will allow us to open better prospects for well-being both for current and future generations. I wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we express our gratitude to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and to the host country, United Arab Emirates, for organizing this crucial gathering, where we collectively strive to shape the future of our planet. Climate change is an existential threat that knows no borders, affecting nations large or small, developed and developing. As the impact of climate change become increasingly evident, we acknowledge the necessity to unite our efforts, catalyze global cooperation, and ensure that our actions are aligned with the gravity of the situation. Azerbaijan has embraced ambitious target 35% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. in line with global scenarios to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Moreover, we have updated our national determined contributions this year, setting a longer-term target of 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Azerbaijan is fully committed to contributing to global efforts and actively engaged in mitigation activities. These include a significant increase in the proportion of renewable energy sources within our total installed electricity capacity, targeting to achieve 30% in 2030. We are also implementing measures to enhance energy efficiency, transitioning to low-emission transportation, introducing innovative solutions in urban transport systems, adopting low-carbon clean technologies in industry, improving our waste management systems, and increasing our forests. Furthermore, I would like to highlight that we are currently undertaking extensive post-conflict rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration efforts in the liberated territories. These activities are based on climate-friendly, environmental clean technologies, as well as smart and green approaches. We are determined to transform these territories into carbon-neutral zones by 2050, marked by innovative approaches such as establishment of green energy zones, sustainable agriculture, eco-friendly transport, smart cities, smart villages, and reforestation programs covering thousands of hectares of land. While Azerbaijan is taking significant steps to address climate change, we acknowledge that the global problem demands global solutions. We emphasize the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, which must be at the core of our action, acknowledging historical emissions and the different capacities of nations to address climate change. We also acknowledge the importance of adequate financial support and technology transfer, which are essential to accelerate climate actions. Distinguished colleagues, Azerbaijan is determined on its commitment to address climate change. Let us use this historic moment to put forward the ambitious commitment. I am delighted to announce that there is an overall consensus on the candidacy of Azerbaijan to host COP29. We are very grateful to all countries, in particular to the Eastern European Group and the host United Arab Emirates for their support. We are committed to working inclusively and collaboratively with everyone to ensure the success of COP29. Make COP28 lead us toward a more sustainable and secure future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Jean Dak Mujawanjira, Minister of Environment of Rwanda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, President of the 28th Conference of Parties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To begin, I express my gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for hosting us in the United Arab Emirates. We stand at a critical juncture in the global effort to address climate change. Temperatures are rising at an alarming rate, and already reports indicate that 2023 is set to become the hottest year ever recorded. Developing countries cannot pick up the slack for countries that continue to maintain their high emissions. We also want to fast-track the energy transition, but this double standard must end. This litmus test for this meeting is to agree on the loss and damage fund. The fund should be adequately resourced and grant-based so that vulnerable countries do not have to pile on more debt in order to invest in mitigation and adaptation. Rwanda, as Commonwealth Chair in office, supports the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index by the United Nations in partnership with small island developing states. What Africa wants is to contribute solutions as equal partners. That is a position we made very clear at the recent Africa Climate Summit in Kenya under the leadership of President William Ruto. In Rwanda, we continue to work closely with the private sector to become a preferred destination for green investment. We do this mainly through our green investment facility, Ireme Invest, launched last year at COP27. To this end, I commend the engagement of His Majesty King Charles III and the Sustainable Markets Initiative to build a more sustainable future. Working together, we can take a decisive step forward to meet our agreed climate targets. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bhupender Yadav, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Labour and Employment of India. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me express my heartfelt gratitude to the government of United Arab Emirates for hosting COP28 and for their warm hospitality. India also congratulates COP28 presidency for steering this COP as the COP for action, which became evident on the very first day with the successful operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Excellencies, India has been at the forefront of supporting action-oriented steps at global level in response to climate change. We have always held the view that the people and planet are inseparable and human well-being and nature are intrinsically linked. The call given to global community by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to join Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment, bears testimony of India's action-oriented approach. Furthering the ideas of Mission Life, India launched the Green Credit Initiative here at COP28 on 1st December to create a participatory global platform for exchange of innovative environmental programs and instruments. Earlier this year, we saw the historic adoption of Green Development Pact by G20 nations as part of the New Delhi Declaration. Friends, India now finalized its third national communication based on Green Inventory of 2019 along with initial adoption communication. It underscores our consistent contribution towards climate action while also prioritizing the development and well-being of our people. In our endeavor to decouple economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions, India has successfully reduced the emission intensity vis-à-vis its GDP by 33% between 2005 and 2019, thus achieving the initial NDC target for 2030, 11 years ahead of scheduled time. India has also achieved 40% of electric installed capacity through non-fossil fuel sources, 9 years ahead of the target for 2030. Between 2017 and 2023, India has added around 100 gigawatt of installed electric capacity, of which around 80% is attributed to non-fossil fuel-based resources. We have therefore revised our NDCs upward, indicating our deep commitment toward enhanced climate action. Excellencies, in addition to its domestic initiative, India's contribution to climate action has been significant through its international efforts such as International Solar Alliance, coalition for disaster-resilient infrastructure, creation of lead IT, infrastructure for resilient island states, and the Big Cat Alliance. The Global Biofuel Alliance, launched when the G20 leaders met in New Delhi earlier this year, seeks to serve as a catalytic platform, fostering global collaboration for advancement and widespread adoption of biofuels. Friends, as we gather here in Dubai for COP28, India looks forward to the global stocktakes outcome and hope that they will provide meaningful and relevant inputs for deciding on enhanced climate action. The resource mobilization under new collective quantified goal must be guided by the needs and requirements of the developing countries. India firmly believes that equity and climate justice must be the basis of global climate action. This can be ensured only when the developed countries take the lead in ambitious climate action. Excellency, it is of paramount importance to repose our trust and confidence in the principles and process of the Convention and its Paris Agreement. Let us all reaffirm our commitment to work together for the common objective of greener, cleaner, and healthier planet. As we have one Earth, we are one family, and share one future. I thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Balarabe Abbas Lawal, Minister of Environment of Nigeria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the compliment of my President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria. I want to start by thanking His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, in hosting this important gathering that has been made possible, and which is definitely going to make a significant contribution to mankind. The leaders of the world are here because we all recognize that we must become better stewards of the world we share. The earth is begging us to heal the wounds inflicted by human activity. No longer can we afford to ignore the cries. The clock ticks. We expect this summit will produce the initial global stock take on implementing the Paris Accord. Already the sixth assessment report produced by the International Governmental Panel has sounded the alarm. Thus far, our efforts have been far too inadequate, too slow, and none too wise, given the severity of what we face now. With so much at stake, why do we speak so resolutely about climate change at multilateral fora such as this, yet continue to conduct ourselves without urgency? We all want to solve the problem, but few are currently willing to do their own share. It is now clear that developing countries are and shall continue to suffer the most climate change, having contributed the barest minimum to the problem of climate issues. Neither Nigeria nor any African countries have been among the major initiators of climate change. However, we stand among its frontline victims. But the time for watching and waiting is over. Nigeria and its future are being squeezed by climate change. To the north, the desert consumes arable land, displacing communities and causing food insecurity and social dislocation that often erupt into violence. In the south, ocean level threaten coastal areas. Throughout the nation, flooding kills hundreds, dismantles farmland, towns, and villages, and leaves tens of thousands of people homeless. As leaders, we have to look at this and address the issues equitably. And for our part, we have been trying for decades to streamline our policy on gas. We now seek to shift from oil, coal, and wood to using cleaner gas. We seek large-scale investment in the area as well as renewable energy. The green wall in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, erect to halt the encroachment of the desert will expand. Water and flood management efforts will also be enhanced. We seek energy-efficient ways to improve agriculture and productivity and food security. We stand ready to contribute to the effort of decarbonizing the global economy. Our vast renewable energy resources present an opportunity for sustainable development. We call for strong and decisive collaboration in unlocking these resources for the benefit of our people and the world at large. Developing economies cannot be pressed and pressured into bearing disappropriate share of the burden. The framework of sustainable climate change solution cannot mirror the excellent imbalances of the current global economic order. The solution cannot follow the adage that the wealthy and the powerful will do what they wish, while the poor will endure and do what they must. As Nigeria commits to reducing emissions by moving to cleaner energy sources, we urge developed countries to finally honor their commitments to providing the needed technology to help promote development while simultaneously mitigating climate change. The Paris Agreement establishes a framework for technology transfer. As developing countries, we are expecting this agreement to be implemented fully. Further, the global community should honor the promise to annually fund the Loss and Damage Fund, which in 2009 about 100 billion was pledged in Copenhagen, Denmark. Many commitments have been made publicly, but few have been honored. The world has a choice to make. Any attempt that favors the strict preservation of economic status quo over a genuine reduction in dangerous emissions will cast us towards the peril. The world has a chance to thwart climate change in a way that rights the wrong by instilling equity and fairness into the global economy. If we take this path, we might not just save the planet, we might just make it better home for all of us. Let us seize the opportunity to let history write of us that we sense the grave danger, and this was the moment we turned humanity from the cliff edge towards a safer ground, a more fertile destiny for our future. We have only one Earth, we have only one world, and this is the world, so we must make our environment conducive for our living. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Chris E.G. Bowen, Minister of Climate Change and Energy of Australia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Friends, I begin with an acknowledgement that at the heart of action on climate change must be profound respect for those who've cared for our respective lands for millennia, the Indigenous people across the world. I reaffirm our government's commitment to the inclusion of First Nations people in our climate change response and clean energy future, recognising that respect for Indigenous knowledge, cultures and traditional practices is critical. Friends, last year I told you that Australia was back, that we'd increased our NDC to a 43% reduction by 2030 and had made it the law of the land, underpinned by a transformation of our electricity system to 82% renewable by 2030. This year, we've been busy bringing those targets into reach. Last month, I delivered Australia's second annual climate change statement. Included in it were our national projections showing that Australia is within striking distance of reaching our point target and on track to beat our 10-year carbon budget. These hard-earned gains have been made by our efforts to massively boost renewable energy and our reforms to industrial emissions. These put a cap on pollution from our 215 biggest emitters, requiring them to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050. We've announced a landmark expansion of our capacity investment scheme to deliver reliable, affordable, renewable energy right across the country. This will more than double the amount of renewable energy and clean dispatchable capacity currently in our East Coast market. I'll be frank, this is more progress in Australia in the last 12 months than in the last 10 years. And while I'm pleased with this, I'm not yet satisfied, because there's so much more left to do. We've come so far, yet we find ourselves at the beginning, not the end. We need to look at this world with new eyes, because the world is not how we saw it in 1992. We need to find the means that are necessary to support those that need it the most, which means more support from more sources, more public and private sources. We need to strike a pathway to safety for a strong global stocktake. The global stocktake will show that we are not on track to meet the 1.5-degree target. We took a step forward with new language in the Pacific this year. All Pacific Island Forum members agreed to a transition away from coal, oil and gas in our energy systems, in line with the IPCC 1.5-degree pathway, and with a peak in fossil fuel consumption in the near term. We are being swept towards a dangerous course, degrees of warming that we must avoid and we must course correct. So while pledges are important, the world needs to back it up with action now too. We need all countries to commit to policies and programs to bring their targets in reach. The evidence of the climate crisis isn't just in data and in journals. It's the lived experience of citizens around the world right now. The area I represent in our parliament, Western Sydney, is suffering today from a massive heat wave, with temperatures reaching 42 degrees Celsius today. That's pressure on our emergency services, our energy system and on our most vulnerable. It's becoming more severe and more frequent, including for the communities that were built around heavy and high-emitting industries who built our cities and societies. That's why we've established the Net Zero Agency to focus like a laser on new clean energy job opportunities for our regions, to empower them to continue to power the world for generations to come. Climate change is the biggest threat to the prosperity and security of people across our blue Pacific continent. That's why the Prime Ministers of Australia and Tuvalu signed the Philippi Union last month, in recognition of the deep and long-standing connection between our two countries, and because we come from the same Pacific family who share an ocean and a future. Which is why we're proud to be bidding to host COP in partnership with the Pacific, and why I announced yesterday that Australia will contribute $100 million to the Pacific Resilience Fund to help our region respond to loss and damage with dignity and courage, in the way of their choosing, in a way that works best for them. That's why it's also important that every country's domestic decarbonisation is accompanied by those of us with massive renewable potential to share it, hence Australia's determination to become a global renewable energy superpower. Friends, now is not the time to drift further apart. We must look to our future and to our fates and redouble our efforts to bring down our emissions and get our world back on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Michael Biswick-Uzi, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change of Malawi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, let me join friends that have spoken before me to thank UAE for hosting COP28. I'm honored to address you today at this resumed high-level segment COP28, where we gather and commit to championing ambitious climate action. I'm acutely aware of the profound impact that the climate change is having on our nation and the entire world. It is with a sense of agency, responsibility, and shared commitment to our planet's well-being that I stand before you today. Malawi, like many other countries, has witnessed the devastating consequences of climate change. Our people have suffered from extreme weather events, prolonged droughts, floods, and unpredictable agricultural seasons. These events have threatened food security, water resources, and the livelihoods of our citizens, making it hard for our nation to attain sustainable development we need. It is our moral duty to take decisive and collective action to address this global crisis. Malawi is fully committed to accelerating our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build resilience in the face of climate change. Our revised nationally determined contributions, NDCs, reflect our dedication to these objectives. Excellencies, we have convened here at COP28 as leaders from across the globe to address the defining challenge of our time, the existential threat posed by climate change. We need to work hard at this COP to make progress in all fronts. The success of this COP will be measured by the outcomes we take, including finalization of discussions on the authorization of the Loss and Damage Fund and its funding arrangements, and the first globe stake. Let me highlight on what a successful outcome would look like for my country, Malawi, and I'm sure for many other countries in the developing world. Firstly, on loss and damage, we welcome the adoption of the fund and its funding arrangements at the opening session of this COP, and also the pledges that have been made so far. As a vulnerable country, I urge the players that will be operationalizing this fund to design quick access procedures for our vulnerable communities to start benefiting in order to address the losses and damages incurred during climate-related disasters. The outcome of this first GST should also address the need to scale up support to developing countries, particularly in fulfilling the finance gap and setting up an ambitious new collective quantified goal on climate finance that we are set to adopt next year. Excellencies, let us all remember that our actions today will shape the future of our planet, and we must not squander this opportunity. The Republic of Malawi and its President, Dr. Lazarus Makafe Chakwera, stands ready to collaborate with all nations, large and small, south and north, east and west, in this endeavor. Esteemed leaders, let us use this platform to make commitments that will leave a lasting legacy for our world and the generations to come. Let us be guided by the principles of justice, equity, and sustainable avenues as we work towards a more resilient, low-carbon, and prosperous future. Thank you, and may we all work together for the well-being of our mother planet, Earth, and its people. I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ruslan Eldelgiriev, Advisor to the President and Special Presidential Representative on Climate Issues of the Russian Federation. Sir, you have the floor.
Distinguished President, distinguished colleagues, at the outset, let me thank the people and government of the United Arab Emirates for their warm welcome and the outstanding organisation of this conference. The priority of COP28 is to assess the ability of the international community to achieve earlier goals and, pursuant to that assessment, present a vision of future climate cooperation. This vision should be ambitious, but at the same time holistic, realistic, and inclusive. It must be holistic because we cannot ignore the diversity of the needs of the population in different parts of the world, including the need for accessible, reliable energy, water, and food, and more generally, when it comes to improving quality of life. It must be realistic because we cannot ignore the crisis of trust, which is fueled by earlier broken promises and which will only get worse if the same happens with our latest promises. It must be inclusive because it would be the height of hypocrisy when some call for huge unification of forces for a common good, but in all other cases try to smear and lord it over others. I'll tell you here and now, that won't work. It is such a holistic, realistic, inclusive approach that was established by the Convention itself. We remain committed to the goals of the Paris Accords. We intend to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2060 and fulfill all other national goals adopted in implementation of that crucial document. We continue to develop in our country the carbon market, combining voluntary elements such as climate projects as well as mandatory elements such as experimental system of emissions market. We place emphasis on qualitative methodological provision for which we are permanently updating our normative basis. We intend to fully harness our capacities in implementing ecosystem projects, introducing nature-based technologies and other natural solutions with a view to achieving the UN SDGs. We're doing our utmost to create and introduce innovative ways of renewing ecosystems to improve their absorption capacities. In particular, there's the project to develop in Yakutia the Pleistocenovic Park. I would invite all those interested to come and visit us to see this. We welcome international participation in this and in other projects in our territory. Distinguished colleagues, we're ready to state that Russia considers the issue of allocating a voluntary financial contribution to the Loss and Damage Fund using the gold reserves in international organizations that have been frozen. This step is dictated by the pressing need to remove the gap between the needs of developing countries and their capacities. We look forward to progress in negotiations on developing mechanisms on cooperation under Article 6 on the Global Adaptation Goal and new collective qualitative goal for financing in the post-2025 period. We welcome the fact we reached a compromise in the Eastern European Group with respect to the 29th COP. The climate agenda has shown that it is a unifying factor for us all. President, we rely on your wise leadership in bringing the conference to a successful conclusion. We are committed to showing the world that despite our differences, we are able to achieve consensus on the most complex issues of our day and age, and therefore we call on all parties to engage in dialogue. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Milagros Marina de Camps German, Deputy Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Dominican Republic. Madam, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Estimados delegados.
Thank you, President. Delegates, colleagues, here we are once again on behalf of the planet's entire population to take stock and take decisions on how we as the international community will tackle the greatest challenge facing us. In our collective quest for climate justice, the GST is a roadmap to correct the course that we have embarked upon. We cannot underestimate its importance because it is now a guide for our efforts to preserve life as we now know it. The 1.5 grow continues to be our true north, and the global stocktake continues to be the only mechanism able to deliver. Maintaining confidence in this process is imperative. If we do nothing by the next global stocktake, 1.5 will just be another unfulfilled promise. Because 1.5 degrees means more accumulation of rain, leading to floods such as what we experienced in the capital of my country 2 weeks ago, breaking a national record from a year before and leading unsurmountable loss of life and millions of dollars in damage. It also means it means higher 1.5 also means increasingly long droughts, and we see more unpredictability, which is jeopardizing our agriculture. It also means a considerable increase in forest fires that this year destroyed more than 3% of our forest reserves in our country, and which, when added to the rest of Latin America, means that we have incalculable loss across the continent. It also means that the Dominican Republic will be without coral reefs, without seagrass meadows, and it will destroy the livelihoods of millions of Dominicans who make their living from fishing and tourism. Science shows that 1.5 degrees is a physical limit and it is not a negotiating goal. It is for this reason that the Dominican Republic assumed leadership to call on the those historically responsible, not only to step up their mitigation actions, but also to ensure that the most vulnerable countries receive receive systematic resource support whenever they suffer the impacts of climate change. We therefore extend our congratulations to the President of COP28 for operationalizing the fund. It is our hope that we will also respect CBRD. However, this moment is not a full stop, but rather a fundamental beginning. Our promises, although laudable, pale in comparison to the huge loss and damage experienced by our nations, a mere fraction of what is needed to heal our planet and our communities. The road ahead requires decisive action and a strong commitment to mobilize resources. Amidst the challenges that are facing us, let us not take our eyes off the path. Our shared commitment, collective action, and unwavering determination can produce and will produce positive results. The Dominican Republic reiterates its commitment to continue the forward momentum with renewed vigor, driven by the conviction that our efforts together today will pave the way towards a sustainable and prosperous future for coming generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Marco Vinicio Ochoa, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change of Guatemala. Sir, you have the floor.
Excelentísimos Presidente de la COP28,
Distinguished President of COP28, Sultan Al-Jaber,
Secretario Ejecutivo de la Convención,
Convention Executive Secretary, Mr. Simon Steele, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Guatemala, amazing and unstoppable, is multicultural and multilingual, with 24 peoples, the Maya, Chinkas, and Garifuna, who contribute to managing and handling natural resources in a sustainable fashion. We are one of the 20 most megadiverse countries on the world, home to 70% of biological diversity of the planet, but which continually faces the growing threat of the impact of climate change. And this jeopardizes our natural heritage, not just of Guatemala, but all humanity. Even though Guatemala generates only 0.08% of overall global GHG emissions, the country's geographic location, its physiography and socioeconomic conditions are such that Guatemala is vulnerable to the effects of climate change and therefore has been exposed to major loss and damage, both in terms of infrastructure as well as grave harm to biodiversity and human lives as a result of the occurrence of extreme climatological events. Therefore, we urge support and access to international climate financing sources that are agile, effective, and of high quality, that can help us scale up implementation of adaptation and mitigation action, and have meant a greater level of indebtedness for our country. Adaptation is one of the most important themes for my country. Therefore, we are implementing and updating the National Climate Change Action Plan, which integrates approaches such as the ecosystem-based adaptation and sustainable agriculture adapted to climate change. We've also initiated the promotion of agricultural insurance to support small-scale producers who, due to droughts or floods because of climate change, are at risk of losing everything and as a result would be then forced to emigrate. We've now reached out to 50,000 smallholder farmers and we hope to reach thousands more. We have implemented an agricultural stipend to support farmers when it comes to soil conservation, given that seasonal variations variations means that there is a lack of predictability during the sowing process, and often this leads to the complete loss of harvests. With a view to living up to our commitments for climate change mitigation, we've promoted the formulation of a national decarbonisation policy. We've been updating our NDC and fostering important strategies in the midterm that will allow us to reduce the impact of emissions coming from vehicles that use fossil fuels. Guatemala is a forest country. Its original name is Cuauhtemalan, which in the Nahuatl language means the land of forests. And for this environmental service of our lands, we've implemented the RED Plus strategy, focused on the agricultural sector, and which promotes the sustainable use of land and forests and agriculture. In the last 3 years, we've doubled our forest concessions, reaching now 550,000 hectares. This has generated around 150,000 new jobs. This concessional model bolsters communities. It enables economic and social development at local level, prioritizing protection of tropical forests in the in areas such as the Maya Biosphere Reserve in Petén. Guatemala has a primarily renewable energy matrix. About 69% of energy comes from clean sources, green sources. Our commitment by 2030 is to push that figure above 80%. I take this opportunity to make special reference to the government of Taiwan, a friendly country which has contributed via international cooperation in developing projects to bolster adaptation measures and measures for resilience to climate change in Guatemala. Therefore, we call for them to be able to participate in this important forum. To conclude, we urge you to join forces. The emergency is clear, and our action today will determine the tomorrow of our planet. Let's make history together by taking decisions that reflect our commitment to conserving the environment and the welfare of humanity. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Melchior Mataki, Vice Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management, and Meteorology of Solomon Islands. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the government and people of Solomon Islands. Mr. President, we congratulate you on your election to the COP presidency. We acknowledge and appreciate your leadership in the historical early decision on the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. We applaud the leadership of parties that have made pledges to capitalize this fund and call on other major emitters to do so. Nevertheless, we must address the root cause of climate change and the driver of loss and damage, which are greenhouse gas emissions. We need to cut them down and eliminate them if at all possible. The Solomon Islands wish to express our serious concern with the lack of progress in the first global stocktake and on the global goal on adaptation. We are clearly off track with respect to the goals of the Paris Agreement, and the window for meaningful change is closing up really fast. This first GST must be forward-looking, ambitious, and inform the next NDCs, and include tripling of renewable global energy capacity by 2030, phase out fossil fuels, and mobilize finance for adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage that is consistent with keeping global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. We all know that climate finance is a critical enabler of actions to address climate change. And as such, it is also important that we have the same definition for what climate finance is. For highly vulnerable countries such as the Solomon Islands, financial resources mobilized to address adaptation and mitigation must be significantly grant-based, predictable, transformational, and encumbered with onerous access processes as we currently experience with the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, and other multilateral funds. Solomon Islands recognizes the inextricable connectivity between climate change and our ocean, which defines who we are as a people. As indigenous guardians of our ocean space, we are deeply concerned with the negative impacts of climate change on our ocean ecosystems, fishery, resources, islands, and also our livelihoods. We therefore urge and call for a more serious treatment of oceans in the UNFCCC bodies and processes. We are also concerned with the lack of substantive decision on agriculture and the lack of its serious treatment in the critical work streams, such as in GST. On gender and climate change, we observe that we continue to go around circles on this important work stream. The Solomon Islands need climate finance to support gender-responsive and targeted programs at the community level. Mr. President, these COPs have been going on for a very long time. Our children and youths are expecting us to do the right and the needful. And that is to arrest, reverse, and stop greenhouse gas emissions to rein in climate change. We can negotiate here as parties, and that we have been doing for the past 28 years. But it is very clear that we cannot negotiate with climate change. And those of us that are disproportionately impacted by it urge parties with historical responsibilities and other major emitters, for that matter, to emancipate yourselves from fossil fuel addiction. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Valjak Jenske Whittaker, Minister Advisor to the President of the Republic for Policy and International Affairs of Nicaragua. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Señor Presidente, señores,
President, ladies and gentlemen, our delegation has the honor to transmit fraternal greetings from the President of the Republic of Nicaragua, Comandante Daniel Ortega Saavedra, and Comrade Vice President Rosario Maria Zambrana, to all the countries present here, and in particular its appreciation to the people and government of the United Arab Emirates for their fraternal hospitality at this COP28. We strongly express our support and solidarity with the brotherly Palestinian people whose cause is present in the global consciousness. Nicaragua recognizes the historical struggle and right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to establish their independent state within the lines drawn before 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. President, ladies and gentlemen, Nicaragua has no historical responsibilities in causing climate change. Bear in mind that the 10 countries with the highest emissions in the world emit more than 83%, while our country emits less than 0.05% of global emissions. Nevertheless, we suffer the impacts that affect up to 8% of our GDP annually. It's imperative that in order to preserve and defend the right to life in our Mother Earth, we must achieve tangible results at this COP28 in line with common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The strengthen climate justice and the indispensable reparations, transforming them into direct, unconditional and respectful cooperation. It is essential that the developed capitalist countries should reduce their emissions by at least 50% by 2030. According to IPCC, in 2023, more than 3 billion people are threatened by climate change around the world, particularly in Central America, small island developing states, and on the African continent. There is no doubt that the root of the reasons for climate change is the destructive model of production and consumption of the large capitalist economies. What we knew as climate change has now become a climate crisis, a planetary crisis and a crisis of values. Therefore, the capitalist countries, developed countries, must comply with their financial commitments, at least with respect to the previously agreed $100 billion agreed annually. It is neither fair nor ethical to try to close the financial gap by commodifying Mother Earth through so-called carbon markets. Nicaragua recognizes the approval of the mechanism for loss and damage as one of the most relevant results achieved at this COP28. However, these mechanisms will be insufficient if the capitalist countries continue to increase their emissions. The impact in terms of socioeconomic and environmental costs far exceed the funds offered. Quite simply, the capitalist practice where whoever pollutes pays in the context of the climate crisis we face is not applicable. Ladies and gentlemen, we reiterate our position steadfastly expressed since 2015. The capitalist developed countries have failed to comply with the Paris agreements because their emissions continue to grow. They exceed the norm established by science up to fourfold because they are irresponsibly promoting false options such as carbon neutrality, trying to shift their responsibilities onto the developing countries. At the same time, they continue to refuse to recognize the just concept of reparations for affected countries. Finally, Nicaragua reaffirms its commitment to continue working on the international agenda to address the climate crisis, which is vital for a world of understanding, peace, justice, solidarity and development. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Karma Shering, Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources of Bhutan. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me congratulate UAE on your election as the President of COP28. On behalf of the Bhutanese delegation, I thank the government of UAE for the coordination and warm hospitality. Our appreciation also goes to the UNFCCC Secretariat for the excellent conduct of the meetings. We have come with high expectations from COP28. From the first GST, we look to course correction on actions to limit the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius and bring about a step change in how we drive adaptation and the means of implementation. Bhutan welcomes the adoption of the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund and calls for the adoption of a robust decision on the framework for the global goal on adaptation here in Dubai. Under the visionary leadership of our kings, Bhutan has always demonstrated and continues to take global leadership in environmental stewardship and is among the first countries to pledge carbon neutrality. Let me take this opportunity to thank all our development partners in our journey and request for continuous support for the smooth transition as Bhutan prepares to graduate from LDC category. Despite our efforts, as a highly vulnerable country in a fragile mountain ecosystem and a high dependence on climate-sensitive sectors, Bhutan is bearing the brunt of climate change at no fault of ours. We are witnessing increasing occurrences of flash floods, landslides, and erratic rainfalls during the summer, while winter is getting warmer with disappearing water sources and snow. This affects the livelihood of not just our own communities, but also threatens millions of livelihoods in the communities downstream. The latest IPCC report confirms that the slightest temperature rise will have detrimental effect on mountain regions, particularly the glacial and cryosphere, Warming in mountain regions is several times faster than the global average, posing significant risks, including drought. Therefore, we reiterate our submissions on mountain issues, including the call for a dialogue on mountains and climate change. In reaffirming our commitment, we have submitted our first NAP, including our first adaptation communication, LTS, and elaborated our low-emission development strategies. In all this, we have considered interlinkages across sectors and synergies between adaptation and mitigation to ensure safeguarding and climate-proofing our development efforts. At Dubai this week, Bhutan launched the National Carbon Registry and Bhutan Climate Fund that will facilitate its strategic entrance into the carbon market. Mr. President, while Bhutan welcomes the renewed hope of scaling up climate finance under your presidency, we would like to reiterate that climate finance must be adequate, predictable, easily accessible, and sustainable based on the priorities and needs of most vulnerable countries. Committed countries that have provided leadership like Bhutan in climate action must also be recognized. We call on world leaders, investors, governments, multinational donors, international NGOs, and the private sectors to reinforce the much-needed climate finance commitment, including the $100 billion commitment by 2025. In conclusion, Bhutan remains committed to undertaking actions on climate change in line with the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We call upon parties to be flexible, adaptable, open, and constructive to work collectively towards saving the planet from catastrophic disasters. We hope that COP28 will guarantee a smooth transition to actual implementation without any further delays. There is no better time than now to deliver the commitments. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Reagan Moses, Secretary for Department of Climate Change and National Resilience, Republic of Nauru. Sir, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, President, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to deliver these remarks on behalf of the Republic of Nauru. At the outset, my delegation would like to thank the COP President and the government of the United Arab Emirates for the wonderful preparations for COP28. We would also like to thank the people of Dubai for their warm welcome. Dubai is a stunning achievement of human ingenuity, almost as if we have briefly stepped into the future. Majestic skyscrapers rise from inhospitable desert, while people are whisked back and forth in comfortable, climate-controlled environment. Much of this is powered by renewable energy, with the UAE boasting the highest installed capacity of solar in the region. Dubai is a shining example of what is possible when there is a vision and when there is political will. However, none of this would be possible without the finance. Mr. President, Nauru aspires to generate 100% of its electricity from renewable energy. We aspire to transition to electric vehicles. In fact, we have our own grand vision to build new smart village that leverages a range of sustainability measures to improve the quality of life for Nauruans, while diversifying our economy and addressing an acute housing shortage. If you care to learn more, I can share more than 400 pages of land planning documents and architectural schematics we have already prepared. Our smart village will not include gleaming skyscrapers like here in Dubai, but it will be fit for purpose in a small island environment that is rapidly becoming just as forbidding as the desert outside. And in Nauru, we have the vision, we have the political will. But Mr. President, will we have the finance? Nauru is grateful for the grant from the Green Climate Fund to climate-proof our marine port, the lifeline of our island, without which we would be most entirely cut off from food, medicine, and almost all other necessities. This is not hypothetical, as even today, storms can cut us off from shipments many weeks at a time. However, we also need to be honest that this is a far cry from what is necessary for national resilience in the face of the climate crisis. For a truly just transition. In this regard, we would like to thank Taiwan for launching its Just Transition Fund for 4 Pacific small island developing states. Taiwan has long been an important partner to Nauru, and the Just Transition Fund will help improve our food, water, and energy security in the face of growing climate change impacts. Others must step up as well. We are also ready to do our part in making the Pacific a fossil fuel-free zone, and Nauru would like to use this opportunity to join others in calling for a treaty to phase out fossil fuel production. Mr. President, the existing financial architecture is simply not up to the task of addressing the climate crisis. We have heard lofty promises for climate finance. We see them in conventions, in the Cancun decisions, and the Paris Agreement. Every year, we engage in the same numbers game to see if we finally reach the $100 billion goal, even though we still cannot agree on the definition of climate finance. We haven't even gotten to the question as to whether $100 billion is remotely adequate. Mr. President, as ministers and negotiators review the draft decision over the course of this week, there is an easy way to determine the value we place as a global community on addressing climate change. Just look at the finance. All our vision, all our political will amounts to very little if those who hold the purse strings fail to deliver on finance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Joel Antonio Hernandez Garcia, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights of Mexico. Sir, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Science shows that we are far from meeting the goals that we set ourselves as the international community. Every degree Celsius counts. Mexico thinks it's crucial to recognize the achievements made in the first GST on the Paris Accords regarding the impact and scope of climate policy, as well as gaps and obstacles that we still have to overcome. It's vital to issue clear recommendations for the next round of updates on the NDCs on mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, as well as on the necessary means of implementation. In that context of urgent climate action, I'd like to share with you the grief, the condolences of the Mexican government following the devastating impact of Hurricane Otis that struck the Pacific coast of Mexico, devastating communities in Guerrero State. Rebuilding the populations affected by Otis will take much time and many resources. Given that reality, we do welcome the consolidation of the Loss and Damage Fund, as well as pledges made thus far, and we hope that more countries will come on board. We commend the COP President for this important achievement. Mexico, as a highly vulnerable country, reiterates the importance of making progress in the context of the global adaptation goal to bolster adaptive capacities and resilience through establishing clear objectives to guarantee early and effective response. Our climate policy is focused on the principles of social and environmental justice for the benefit of the most vulnerable communities. Given the historic responsibilities of those regions that have recorded the highest level of emissions, it's crucial to guarantee an effective reduction in those emissions and to foster mitigation policies that generate shared benefits for all. At a cross-cutting level, the human rights-based approach covering gender, intersectionality, interculturality, and the just transition should lie at the heart of climate action. Therefore, Mexico works to guarantee the inclusion and full participation of its women, youth, indigenous peoples, Afro-Mexican communities, and children in these processes. Let me look at some of the climate action that Mexico has taken. I would highlight the nature-based solutions by developing a national blue carbon strategy, the establishment of 22 new natural protected areas in addition to the 203 existing ones. There's the goal of reaching 1.3 million hectares of new areas set aside for conservation in 2024. I would single out the reforestation program, Sowing Life, which has been replicated successfully elsewhere in Central America and which represents the work of around 445,000 planters, men and women. Mexico thinks it's essential to promote synergies to address the multiple planetary crises. In that regard, Mexico has signed up to various declarations highlighting the importance of the oceans, mangroves, sustainable agriculture, and resilient food systems. Mexico signed up to the global commitment on renewable energy and energy efficiency and continues to move forward in developing the so-called Sonora Plan to scale up our country's solar energy capacities to reduce methane emissions. Mexico has invested $2.1 billion in 2023 and will contribute a further $2.5 billion. We welcome the agreement reached among the community of Latin American Caribbean states, CELAC, to establish a fund for climate adaptation and comprehensive response. Mexico believes that through multilateralism we can reach solutions to build a more sustainable, resilient planet where all people can enjoy the human right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Maria Eloisa Rojas, Minister of Environment of Chile. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ministers, delegates, I would like to begin with words of thanks to the United Arab Emirates and its president of this COP, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, for welcoming us in their home. A few days ago, I had the opportunity to accompany President Gabriel Boric and the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on a visit to Antarctica, the southernmost region of the world. And it is there in the midst of a landscape of moving beauty in a continent of peace and science where the fragility of ecosystems reveal the devastating impacts of climate change. The Antarctic Peninsula has warmed more than twice more than the rest of territories of the planet, and the lack of ice as a result of this situation is putting at risk the survival of species and ecosystems that provide a service to all humankind. Mr. President, the cause of these changes is public and well known. It is the burning of fossil fuels, which has placed us on this frantic race to preserve the life of our planet. Although the window is closing and closing quickly, we still have an opportunity to correct our course. There is no longer room for ambiguity and lack of clarity. We must move forward with determination by abandoning fossil fuels as well as make sure that we immediately eliminate new subsidies
and investments. We must not lose sight either of the need to reduce other greenhouse gas emissions, such as methane, and an increase in renewable energies, especially wind and solar energy, to ensure that we have access to clean energy for everyone, considering a just transition that leaves no one behind. The message of the 6th IPCC assessment report is clear in this respect when it concludes that the fossil fuels infrastructure that is in place is sufficient to overcome the warming limit of 1.5 degrees if we allow it to be used without further restrictions. Therefore, there is no room for new polluting infrastructure, because those in place must be phased out before their planned life cycle. Furthermore, the IPCC points out that the deployment on a great scale of carbon capture and storage is not proven, and therefore dependence on this technology to limit warming to 1.5 is a huge risk. We have also handed over the reports to move forward with accountability and transparency. We began this COP with the hopeful news of the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, and with $26 million. And this means that with determination and will and collaboration, we are able to come together to achieve huge ambitions. The global stocktake is a unique opportunity to collectively assess our progress, or the lack thereof, in the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and also to correct our course. The result of the global stocktake must allow us to have a clear view of the futures and how to move forward collectively to ensure that we achieve the temperature goal in the Paris Agreement. We need a world that is resilient to global warming, but at any level of warming, but one that is resistant to 1.5 degrees. We are honored to see the presidency in co-facilitating this along with the Minister of Australia. Likewise, it is fundamental that developed countries step up their financing for developing countries in line with their commitments under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Finally, I wanted to highlight the fact that Chile has strongly promoted the Ocean Climate Nexus, and we co-chaired the dialogue in the COP on this, and we have developed national policies to deal with this. We are looking forward to the new BBNG agreement that was recently signed in New York. In Valparaiso, in Chile, we will be the host of the next conference, and we would like to call on your support to make this aspiration a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Andrea Mangiato Mamatiana, Secretary General of Environment and Sustainable Development of Madagascar. Sir, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Madam President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Malagasy people, I would like to align myself with previous speakers in thanking the President of COP28 and the United Arab Emirates for the warm welcome and support extended to our delegation, which has helped us fully participate in the 28th session of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I am before you this afternoon on behalf of the people of Madagascar people to make a vibrant call for action on climate change, which is worsening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share these words. We no longer want to close our eyes to the reality before our eyes. The climate disasters are affecting us unrelentingly, and we are seeing more and more suffering. And if we ignore the challenges, it means that we will be failing in our duty to future generations. Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point of no return. We must look forward and face the devastating impacts of climate change and act without hesitation. COP28 is a chance for us to raise awareness and remind everyone that climate change is a reality and we can no longer postpone action. Madagascar is among the most affected countries, is a poignant example of this reality. We cannot remain silent given the destruction to our ecosystems and our human lives and communities fighting for survival. Although we have about 10 million hectares of forest, is very vulnerable because of climate change, but our priority is still to adapt. We are therefore in need of more technological and financial support so that we can adapt and become resilient to climate change. Climate change is one of the priority concerns of our government, and it is part of our national policies and strategies. We have also come up with our adaptation strategy in 2021, and we just updated our national NDC this year. Madagascar is committed to reducing by 28% its the first global stocktake, which will come out of this COP28, should reflect the issues of adaptation, loss and damage, implementation means, and mitigation, which is key if we are to achieve the 1.5 degree goal. It is our view that a financial mobilization for vulnerable countries such as Madagascar is key. Given the recurrence of extreme events, the financing of loss and damage for vulnerable countries is urgent, and we are pleased to see the adoption of the decision which created the L&D fund coming out of this COP28. Mr. President, COP28 is crucially important because it is the starting point for bold and immediate action. We can no longer allow ourselves to stand idly by. We must no longer be reflecting, but rather moving towards concrete solutions. We must step up our efforts to mobilize the necessary financial resources for vulnerable countries such as Madagascar. Decisions that we take here today will have impacts on the survival of our nations and on the health of our planet. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we must now take action, move from awareness raising to concrete action. We are the guardians of this planet, and it is our duty to protect it. Together, let us wake up to the reality of this climate urgency, and we must pool our efforts and commit ourselves to a sustainable future. Our actions today will determine the world that we will leave for future generations. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Ali Al-Amri, Chairman of Environment Authority of Oman. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
In the name of God Almighty, Your Excellencies, Majesties, heads of delegations participating in COP28, Your Excellencies Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. It gives me pleasure at the outset to express the appreciation of my country, the Sultanate of Oman, for the global efforts undertaken by all countries of the world, as well as the efforts of the UNFCCC towards reducing the negative impacts of extreme weather events and the ecosystem degradation in order to realize stability and balance to the planet. I would like here to thank our brothers in the UAE for the excellent organization and the warm hospitality, the excellent organization of this important global event, as well as the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sultanate of Oman has seen a quantum leap at all levels in its march towards civilization led by His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, may God protect him, based on 4 basic themes, which is predicated on a sustainable environment, which makes the environment and part and parcel of all the strategies and plans of the institutions of the state. Given the important climate action in the Sultanate and in line with global trends, last year we adopted a national strategy for the orderly transition towards net zero by 2050, aiming at reducing the emissions gradually in the major sectors, especially the energy sector, industry, transport, cities, and construction. Our second NDC was also updated and was handed to the convention at the beginning of COP28, specifying 21% of reduction by 2030. In pursuit of such, we have been producing and enhancing our production of renewable energy, which presents a promising opportunity, particularly the green hydrogen. We are targeting 1 million tons by 2030 and 8 million tons by 2050 of green hydrogen. We also are implementing a number of qualitative and pioneering projects, particularly with regards to sequestration of CO2 and its mining from the off-fuel lights. We are also planning to plant 100 million mangrove trees over the next 4 years as an initial stage, in addition to the sustainable production of food through fisheries and modern agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to call upon all the countries of the world to commit their pledges towards the provisions of Paris Agreement, which is the only and sole track towards saving our planet and humanity from the degradation on the back of climate change. Otherwise, the cost will be larger than our expectations if we slacken on that. The qualitative global efforts aimed at preserving the environment, to preserve the environment for our present and future generation, must be grounded on in the protection of human beings. This must be our priority. Our efforts towards preserving the environment cannot ignore the forced displacement and genocide that takes place in Gaza under the brutal Israeli attacks in plain sight of all. Therefore, the whole world has to put an end to these flagrant violations against the rights of children, women, and human in life. Otherwise, there's no wait for preserving the environment and its natural resources. And peace be upon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ahmed Abu Thahar, Director General for Projects and International Relations of the State of Palestine. Sir, you have the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol reserved. Peace be upon you. At the outset, we congratulate the United Arab Emirates, the people and the government of the UAE for holding and hosting this conference that comes after the Sharm el-Sheikh COP. This is a historic opportunity for us in the Arab region as countries that are affected by climate change, and we aspire to making required success to help us as developing countries. Evidence-based scientific facts and reports, as well as events, indicate that the state of Palestine is affected by climate change at the environmental, economic, and social levels. It is one of the most vulnerable and affected countries by climate change, and this vulnerability has been aggravated by the Israeli occupation, settlers, and the continued wars. We continue, as we speak, witness a barbaric war and a genocide against our people in the Gaza Strip. There is also the domination of land, intensified settlement, attacks by settlers, demolition of homes, bulldozing of land in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. This has pushed us to review our NDC's report that we prepared in 2021, and also to update our relevant implementation plans to reflect the new realities. This includes all sectors: agriculture, water, wastewater, energy, health, waste, and all their kinds. And this also requires more financing to compensate for loss and damage at large, including those related to environmental damage, loss, and health effects in the Gaza Strip. During this conference, we have been talking about the protection of the planet, natural resources, wildlife, biodiversity, food security, water security, promotion of resilience for people and communities, taking into account the principle of leaving no one behind. But we continue to witness the opposite in the state of Palestine, that language under the yoke of occupation. Therefore, we call on the member states parties to the UNFCCC to shoulder their responsibilities to compel Israel as the occupying power to comply with international law and the provisions of international conventions, to stop their violations against environment, people, and the Palestinian people, and to stop war and enforce displacement of our people. In closing, I seize this opportunity, the opportunity of COP28 and its convening in the Arab region and the United Arab Emirates, to reiterate the need for concerted efforts to protect the interests of our region and to anchor stability, peace for our people, believing in our just cause. Israel will not be left behind. Palestine will not be left behind. Palestine will not be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Marie Opombo Djeka, Ambassador of the Democratic Republic of Congo to the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President of the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Excellences, Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
les ambassadeurs, Mesdames, Messieurs,
ambassadors, distinguished guests, it is a genuine pleasure for me to take the floor today on behalf of the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, so as to present to you the state of affairs of the implementation of our climate action in its broad outlines under the Paris Agreement, and this being done under the leadership of His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Republic. In 2021, the DRC submitted its revised nationally determined contribution. This was with a raised ambition of 21% in terms of the reduction of its intensity of its national greenhouse gas emissions.
19% avec intervention conditionnelle.
19% of these are with conditional interventions and 2% with unconditional interventions. This contribution involves the following sectors: energy, agriculture, forests, and waste management, related to various kinds of gases, including carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrogen peroxide prior to 2030. In this contribution to climate change, the DRC's vision is to promote a green, resilient, and low-carbon economy through the sound and sustainable management of its significant natural resources. The goal here being to ensuring an environmental balance, as well as the social, economic, cultural, and environmental well-being of its population. Now turning to the national context of our country. We have immense resources, that being water, forest, and mineral resources. These are critical and strategic to our environmental transition. They are also highly important to ensure the stabilization of the planet's climate. And here I would like to refer to various mitigation actions underway. These resources represent a major asset in that regard, not only in terms of the decarbonization of our economy, but also and especially in terms of our contribution to reducing global emissions. Our country is classed as an least developed country. In that regard, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has formulated a coherent and programmatic portfolio for focal areas of work in terms of adapting to the impacts of climate change. The DRC has identified its needs in terms of the support which is required to implement its national adaptation program. With a view to achieving our goals in an effective manner, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is in the process of creating an enabling environment, in particular through the establishment of an appropriate governance framework. In addition, we are developing the requisite infrastructure and are building technical capacity as part of an integrated and participatory approach. Beyond the need to operationalize institutional and legal frameworks effectively, and in addition to the reforms which are needed to ensure the effective and rapid deployment of these frameworks, I would like to highlight the importance of establishing platforms for consultation, platforms which are larger, at a larger scale, to ensure the full participation of state actors beyond the governmental framework. And it is also very important to ensure that work in this regard can be carried out in a harmonious manner with parliamentarians, local authorities, but also non-state actors such as the private sector and civil society, as well as indigenous peoples and other members of communities, including young people and women. The achievement of the ambitious objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is a major concern for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So as to achieve this goal, it will have to mobilize climate finance to the tune of some $48.68 billion, and that includes $25.6 billion for the implementation of mitigation initiatives already announced, and $23.08 billion for our priority adaptive measures. In addition to this, we must ensure capacity building for stakeholders as well as the necessary technology transfer for the development of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to recall that it is our obligation to develop and nourish proactive solidarity, to turn our commitments and pledges into concrete, tangible action. And thus, we will have ensured that we can give future generations the chance to live in a balanced environment, like previous generations bequeathed to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Ligia Castro de Doens, National Climate Change Director of Panama. Madam, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Climate change is a real and pressing threat to our world. The effects and fallout of climate change are being felt around the world, and they will only intensify if we do not take action now. It is high time to take a decisive step forward and to face this challenge head-on with the requisite sense of urgency. We need to pull together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to adapt to the impacts of climate change. The impact of this global crisis are already being felt in our communities. We see them take the guise of extreme weather events as well as slow onset events such as drought and sea level rise, which have knock-on effects that we're already seeing today on our food security and on our health. In particular, drought and changes in rainfall patterns are jeopardizing availability of safe drinking water. They are also putting at risk the smooth functioning of the Panama Canal and all the productive systems and architecture of our country. As far as Panama is concerned, it is vital that we take steps to restore and conserve our forests in order to ensure water security. And against that backdrop, I urge you all that we join and take the necessary measures at the global level and that we work together, cooperating and collaborating to find the solutions that we need. Each COP is a golden opportunity for the parties to come together and agree on a joint course of action, which needs to be translated into global actions that then trickle down into regional and national actions as well. COP28, in particular, with the outcome of the global stocktake, should serve as a wake-up call, an appeal to all of us on the pressing need to take concrete action, because there's a lot that still needs to be done and a very little time to do it in. The window of opportunity is closing. We need scaled-up ambition and a clear vision of a low-emission future, one that is climate change resilient. The first global stocktake is a vital opportunity to assess progress that has been made with regard to climate action and to identify areas where there are still shortcomings and future action is needed. Climate Week, which was held in Panama, gave us a perfect opportunity for stakeholders in Latin America and the Caribbean to share their perspectives on the global stocktake and ensure that the voice of our region would be heard as part of this important process. Adaptation to the impact of climate change is an act of very survival for developing countries. Our communities, our sectors need to boost their adaptive capacity and strengthen their resilience, and that is a matter of urgency. It cannot be put off until tomorrow. It is for all of those reasons that the outcomes on adaptation at COP28 need to culminate in support mechanisms that are adequate, appropriate and sufficient and provide predictable support to developing countries to address adaptation needs. We cannot leave this COP without a concrete outcome in terms of adaptation. If we seriously wish to increase countries' resilience, then adaptation needs to be at the heart of our discussions. It needs to be a priority. Developing countries are confronted with loss and damage both in economic and non-economic terms, resulting in an additional burden for the economies of these countries and further exacerbating the inequality and the imbalance between the global north and the global south. We duly acknowledge and commend the political impetus that gave rise to $700 million being made available to capitalize the Loss and Damage Fund. And we also pay tribute to the decision to operationalize the fund that was taken on the very first day of this COP. By the same token, we're delighted that we've managed to achieve the complete operationalization of the Santiago network at COP28. International commitments to eliminate progressive phase-out of fossil fuels are a positive step forward, but they need to be backed by concrete action. Countries need to gradually eliminate subsidies for fossil fuels. They also need to create favorable environments to attract investment in renewable energies, which are the linchpin of a just and sustainable energy transition. There is an increasing number of nations who sign up to the various declarations and texts that are emerging from our common grasp of the urgent need for change, for transformation. If I can cite the example of my own country, Panama, we're a signatory to the Declaration on Methane, we're part of the High Ambition Coalition, the Declaration on Refrigeration, and that on the restoration and conservation of mangroves, inter alia. We invite other parties and stakeholders to assess these instruments and consider acceding to same. The NCQG, as an implementation tool, plays a critical role as it serves as a building block for all developing countries, which they can use to meet their commitments under the Paris Agreement. Such funds, such as those available under the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, should facilitate progress towards low-carbon and climate-resilient development, particularly through provision of subsidy-based support. They should not cause any further indebtedness for countries, particularly those countries who are doing their utmost in terms of ambition despite their vulnerabilities and the impact of climate change that they are experiencing. Efforts must be focused on reducing the capital costs for our countries and improving access to financing. Financing must be aligned with the needs and priorities of our countries, those that we identify as being most pressing. Financial resources must meet the highest possible standards and be made available on a streamlined and swift basis and on appropriate and favorable terms. This is the new goal. The new goal is, of course, the business principally of COP29, but we hope in COP28 we can lay the foundations that pave the way for a decision that goes beyond procedural elements to be taken at COP29. The climate change challenge means that we have to change. There needs to be a paradigm shift in our development model. This will create opportunities to close gaps in terms of poverty and inequality. We owe a debt to the environment and a responsibility to future generations. Biodiversity, ecosystems, and life in general of our planet is beyond price, and we must protect it at all costs. The focus of our work is clear. We need to reduce those emissions that are responsible for climate change. We need to adapt to the changes that we have caused and which are irreversible. And all of that is vital if we're to achieve inclusive and sustainable socioeconomic development. To achieve those lofty goals, international cooperation is vital. Countries need to pool their efforts. They need to work together to share knowledge and experience and to develop effective and equitable solutions. Promises must be fulfilled. Pledges must be honored, and fine words and speeches need to be transformed into concrete action. We need measurable and verifiable results. Climate change is a pressing challenge, a problem that affects all of us, irrespective of our age, nationality, or social background. Past generations bequeathed us a legacy of progress and prosperity, but they also bequeathed us a planet which is changing at an alarming rate. It is our responsibility today to take all necessary actions to protect our future and the future of our children and grandchildren. Today's youth is demonstrating leadership and social and environmental conscience. They are leading the fight against climate change. Nonetheless, these are young people who are preparing the way for those who will follow them. We need to work with them to make sure that both current youth and future generations have the tools and necessary opportunities that they can do more and better. We can do this. There's nothing impossible if we all work together, if we all strive together, if we all work together, and if we all believe together. We need to act with resolve, determination, and fortitude. History and our planet are calling us to action. Panama is determined to actively move forward and to say to you all, before you all, that we are here, we are determined to be part of this fight. Don't let us wage this fight alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Stephen Gibault, Minister of Environment and Climate of Canada. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Vos Excellences, c'est un plaisir pour moi de présenter.
Excellencies, it's a genuine pleasure to share with you Canada's ambitions in terms of COP28. Things got off to a flying state with the adoption of the Loss and Damage Fund. Last summer, the whole world saw our nation burn. The head of the fire service in British Columbia talked about the conditions in which his team were working and the dangerous conditions in which they were prepared to do their utmost to tackle the devastating forest fires. Although last year's level of forest fires were historic, unfortunately we're in no position to be able to say that these are new phenomena. And that is, I think, not news for many of you in this room. Many of you have been sounding the alarm bell for decades now. Beyond these walls, people are looking to COP28 with a certain degree of skepticism mixed with hope, and we must pay heed to them. Colleagues, the global stocktake is a call to order to get back on track. We need to recognize the progress has been achieved, but we need to leave our comfort zone and be aware that our current gestures and current level of ambition and action will be insufficient to build a sustainable future.
In the early days of COP28, we announced the world's most ambitious national methane regulations for the oil and gas sector, which will allow us to meet and likely exceed our target of at least 75% reduction in emissions by 2030. On Thursday, we released a cap on all greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas sector, a cap that ensures real reduction down to net zero by 2050. It is the first emission cap from a major oil and gas producing nation in the world. Colleagues, keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach requires treating nature as our strongest ally. That's why I'm proud to say that Canada intends to introduce a federal nature accountability bill in 2024. With this bill, we would establish an accountability framework in line with our biodiversity commitments under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. At this COP, let's make climate and nature's action mutually reinforcing. I'm committed to working with all of you to make COP28 about energy transition, where we agree to phase out of unabated fossil fuels and put an end to fossil fuel subsidies. Last summer, Canada became the first G20 country to make good on its commitment to phase out those subsidies, 2 years ahead of the 2025 deadline. Our ambition will be measured by the strength of our partnerships and collaboration. That's why we must increase all sources of financing. According to the OECD, contributors likely met the $100 billion goal last year, but we must continue to do so much more. At COP28, let's agree to scale up climate finance from domestic, international, public, and private sources, as we did together last year for the protection of nature at COP15. 2023 has been the hottest year in record. I refuse to believe that our differences are going to close the small window we have to keep 1.5 within reach and to increase resilience and adaptive capability. Here in Dubai, Canada will use every possible opportunity to partner, learn, and cooperate to deliver the necessary action to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of the conference, I would like to thank you all for your statements. Distinguished delegates, we have now concluded the delivery of national statements. I will now give the floor to China for a right of reply. China, you have the floor. Microphone to China.
Distinguished Madam President, China has noted that during the meeting, a handful of countries ignore the fact that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China and made noises about the participation by the Taiwan authorities in the COP of the UNFCCC. This is unacceptable. There is only one China in the world. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legitimate government representing the whole of China, and Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory. The One China principle is the universal consensus of the international community and the basic norms of governing international relations. The 26th session of the United Nations General Assembly in 1971 adopted Resolution 2758, which resolved once and for all the question of the representation of the whole China, including Taiwan, in political, legal, and procedural terms. Any issue concerning Taiwan's participation in the international activities of international organizations must be resolved under the One China principle. Taiwan has no basis, reason, or right to participate in the UN and other international organizations and treaties to which only sovereign states can participate, including the UNFCCC. The Chinese government encouraged local governments, the private sector, and all walks of the society to contribute to the addressing of climate change, and has made efforts and arrangements to this end. In fact, the Taiwan region can contribute to the global climate change fight through existing arrangements. The Dubai COP has a heavy task and a tight schedule. We hope the countries concerned will recognize the general trend, abide by the One China principle, and jointly promote positive outcomes of the conference. And China requests that the above statement be placed on the record. Thank you, Madam President.
Delegates, we will continue with the delivery of statements by IGOs and NGOs in this plenary in 10 minutes. Please remain in the room. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, the CMP, and the CMA suspended. The observer speakers are advised to come to the front row where there are reserved seats with their organization names on them. We will start in 10 minutes. Thank you.